close up the end of the evening because you said you wanted to talk to Narlock about something.
I did, yes. Just creep up to Narlock, making sure that the door's shut and the knights aren't stood outside the door.
Give me a perception check.
You know, that's not one of my good ones.
Ah.
19, so actually that's pretty good, yeah.
Okay, the door is closed, and all the knights that you can see are downstairs. A lot of them appear to have made like little campfires, like groups of 3 or 4 of them. It looks like one of the knights that probably came from Brayla is kind of... It looks like they're almost like teaching the new recruits that were recruited from this village and neighbouring villages.
Okay.
You roll really well. You can hear phrases like, always be polite in towns, but when in wilderness, aim to kill first, because it might be something that wants to kill you. And just advice from very old, war-injured men and women.
Okay, turning to Narlock. Narlock, you can make copies of paperwork, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about making as many copies as you can of these? Hold up my writ of transit. With the part where it says our names blank. We could get so many people out of Brayla.
It would take time, but I could possibly do it.
How many do you think you could get through tonight?
All night?
I don't know. As many as... I'm thinking if we make up as many as possible, we could hand them out to someone in the town to just pass out to people. As long as we have ours, we can keep making copies and get as many people out as possible. But I'm thinking just for this village, I don't know.
Am I okay to roll a D100 on its own without the 10 and do that as a rough estimate?
Tell you what, give me a D20 roll first, because this is... Actually, do you have a forge skill? I think you should do, based on being a thief and a spy.
I think he's done some forgery at some point.
Forge plus 3.
Is that what you rolled, or...?
That's what I've been rolling.
Forge plus 3.
Oh, forge plus 3. So your passive forgery skill will be a 13. So I would say... As a rough average, if you had enough time, you could probably make 13 in a day.
Okay, so I'll see. So if I roll here, say 13, and every 1 over 13, if I really went all night.
If you go all night, absolutely, just be aware that obviously that will make you exhausted tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you alright with that?
Yeah, if I need to.
Then I'm absolutely fine with that.
Let's see.
I can provide the materials.
Cocked. Not even 13, but so it's just going to be 13.
Hold on. You can find the materials, can't you?
I can, yes.
Roll with advantage.
I've got loads of parchment and stuff on me.
Would you imagine that I rolled the exact same thing?
What? Okay, so going all through the night, what did you roll? What was the actual number?
8 plus my 3 is 11.
Okay, so it was still basically a pass, it's over 10. Yeah, you managed to make 13. The last one's a bit shaky, but it still looks very official. Can you knock off 100 gold pieces worth of...
Already done.
Fantastic.
I assumed I had 100 GP worth of parchment and quills on me, so I've just erased those. I'll have sat up with him as well, because I feel bad about asking that. And get the writing done as well.
Okay, that's fine. Both of you two will be exhausted by morning then. I actually need you to make an intelligence saving throw if that's the case.
Okay. Nat 20, would you believe?
Okay, although Saladin is completely exhausted, so you're going to use this in a fight, you still do have your spell slots.
Thank you. Sat up all night with Narlock. I was writing things while he was writing forgeries.
Yep. Zed and Roberto, while these two were doing this, what were you two doing?
Me probably just playing a quiet tune, I reckon, on the panpipes.
Yeah.
And then going to bed.
Okay, Zed?
He's going to sit up for a minute, then he's going to walk out and he's going to go and speak to Tim.
Okay. Just thinking. You sit up for a little bit, you head out. You find Paladin Timothy in the tent where you all had dinner together. He's working quite late into the night. Give me a perception check when you go in. No one stops you.
Cheers, man.
Alright.
Also, I'm wearing my armor now.
You are wearing your armor.
Yeah, after the horses and everything were hitched up, I got my armor.
Okay, you are fully in the armor of a cleric of Fenris Sulfur.
12 on perception. Or do I get a bonus with Tibbles?
Yeah, advantage with Tibbles.
12.
Oh my god!
We both rolled 2 8s in a row.
No, oh my god.
Double 1, double 8, double 8.
Alright then. You don't make any notice of anything he's working on. Just he appears to be working at the table, and as you come in, he looks up and kind of like scatters some papers over it to cover any details he doesn't want to share. Oh, good morning, Father. How are your lodgings?
Very fine, thank you. I've come here to ask. You say you told me last night of the tribe that's attacked the village recently.
That's the story we were told. Yes.
Were you there for the attack?
We were there for the end result of the attack. That was when I parted with my commanding officer, Sir Benart Belmont. I brought my contingent here to deal with the problematic areas within the village, and he went to Kelna to deal with the problematic areas there.
I see. Were there any prisoners taken or any bodies remaining?
In terms of bodies there, we left them with the orcs to deal with, as was their own right. In terms of prisoners, Captain Sir Benhart, he took 50 men. I believe they were all executed upon returning to Kelna. I don't know the full details. He only told me that they were all executed summarily. Whereas here, I felt that the execution would not be best treated. We dealt with the law mistress and got on with trying to repair the damage.
So it was at the human side of the...
Oh, exclusively. It was all humans who attacked the orcs, and it was fairly obvious when we got there.
I
The only
meant,
thing we did was stop it from becoming a complete massacre.
is there anything remaining of any of the orc tribe remaining around? Anyone that was hurt or...
Not here. When some of our clerics and healers went to tend to them the following day, all the ones who were living had left. I assume they may have made their way north into Glendorrel, or may have made their way south under our advisement to Drowhold to escape into the southern wastes. As I told you earlier, we have no intention of bringing any of the tribes or the nomadic people of this country under tow. They are in their way as they are, and we have no reason to deal with them. They are perfectly reasonable members of society. They do a duty, they do trade and everything that's required. The issue is those in the villages and the cities. They are not pleasant. would be my own phrasing.
Summer.
And those that are will, of course, be given a chance to prove that they are good. And if they are good, they will not have to worry.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if there was any of the orc tribe that may have been taken in.
Of course, we did offer them lodgings with one of our encampments that's quite close to where the raid was subverted, and I used that in the loosest terms. But when I asked about what happened with the battalion there, they just apparently picked up their things and moved on.
That's the way. Right, that was all I needed to know. Thank you, Paladin.
It's quite right. Oh, on your way back, I know I made the offer to you and your companions to have a look into the Law Mistress's house in the morning. You are, of course, welcome for that. If you have any other things needed in town, please let us know, and then we will hopefully you will be on your way by early afternoon. Would be preferable. We need to deal with the situations that arose when you came into town. Not to say that your coming into town caused any problems, it just highlighted issues with members of the community.
I'll make sure that we handle it as quick as possible. I'll see if my companions are awake. And he nods and he leaves the tent.
Alright.
Okay, I make my way back.
As you're making your way back through the camp, can you give me another perception check with advantage?
Ooh. Thank God it was advantage. 22.
Okay. You do notice, looking around, some of the knights who are on night watch, watching you move. It's not the same way they were watching you before, where they were viewing you as a half-orc traveller, moving through and unfortunately being treated harshly. There is still a lot of that from the new recruits who either lived in the village or surrounding villages of Brayla, but now a lot of the older knights are watching you with a level of standoffishness, staying a fair distance away, and any who are watching you can see that their hands are, if not on their weapons, nearby their weapons. You do remember from conversations with Lana and Celadine that the Church of Bane is not particularly welcoming to most religions, but at the same time, the fact you are still alive, there may be some connection between the Lunar Pantheon and the Dead Three that you don't know about.
Well, they tolerate me. They tolerate my presence, at least.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
One other thing I will say, one-on-one fight, a lot of these new recruits, you would take them, no problem. They are still very early in their training, and they've got big brass balls purely because now they're wearing heavy armour and now they get to feel a level of power.
I was like, oh yeah, I'm Paladin of Bane now. Go and have a go if you think you're hard enough.
Yeah, honestly, in a one-on-one fight with you, you would basically trash these guys. They are very new.
Could I?
Devils.
Yeah.
So could I interject and assume that they've not seen battle yet?
You're not there, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'll ask when we're out of RP because I was interested by that.
Out of RP? No, they're
Like, I'm on all four things standing up and what's
So
the...
it's not the kind of battle where it's knights versus knights, and as Nick will attest, clerics are basically battle knights, far more so than paladins in a lot of ways. Clerics are formally trained in warfare.
These are kids who've had play fights.
Play fights, they've probably had a few skirmishes with local monsters. The odds were always in their favour
Right.
whereas the older...
They've done tutorial levels.
Yeah, whereas the older Knights of Bane, every single one of them is like a Dark Souls player on New Game plus. That's the kind of look they've got in their eyes.
Harry, this you casual. Yeah. Anyway.
It's a different. It's like clerics have been are more spiritual than paladins, but paladins have a unique sense of justice. It's like I compare paladins to the military. You've got your big bull, your puny recruits, and then you've got the guys at the top who are just.
Yeah. But the thing is with paladins, they don't need any actual formal training to be a paladin. They just need to make a promise and stick to it. Whereas a cleric, you've had to go through actual training. And with some worship, that can be military training.
Okay. So, morning?
If there's nothing else that anyone wants to do, it is morning. Celadine and Narlock, you two got maybe an hour's sleep at most.
Oh.
So you two smell something strong as I come up the stairs with some ebony black.
Oh, thank something, because I'm about to die.
How many did you make in the end?
13, I think. Yeah, 13.
Yeah, 13. Okay, 13. That's 13 people who can get out of this village at least. Okay, right.
It's just sipping the coffee and just like, whoa.
Sipping also at coffee.
Zed, how much of the ebony black did you make?
Just enough for the four of us. I didn't give Tibbles any. The poor thing would be bouncing off the walls.
You do have, while you were making it, you did a few of the knights who were coming off of their night watch, kind of sitting around going, really making appreciative noises, and you watch them making their own coffee, which it's Civil War coffee rations by comparison.
Yeah.
The kind of stuff you had to grind by hitting it with a hammer.
Oh, one thing. No, look. Sorry. Did you have any letters you wanted to send back to Torgaval?
Just one. I wrote it up last night, and I hand over a letter. So this is for Rachel. It should at least let her know that we're here safe and we'll be home soon.
Thought it might be. Right, GM. I would like to summon a kobold.
Of course it does. Okay. And out through the toilet bowl. Is this...
Wait, we have toilets?
There's an attached outhouse, basically. So up through this...
A garderobe.
Thank you. So up through the bowl appears this brassy scaled kobold wearing a hood lamp, wearing like a head lantern with like a small candle.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Right, just for the impact here, I hand over the pile of letters, including Narlock's.
Fantastic.
I think they're all addressed, but if not, then take them to
We'll
work
get them to
manager
the
and know
right
what
people.
to do.
Worst case scenario, we'll talk to Clive.
Thank you.
Oh, the boss wanted me to tell you. We're more than happy to do the letter delivery free of charge. If you've got any heavier things you want to go back lickety quick, then we'd be alright if we take a cut for every kobold employed.
So you're going, like, how much? Do you want a sausage?
Well, just like, you hear him like whispering something. These letters will take 300 kobolds to get back to Torgaval.
Right.
So, happy to do this for free. We can get food on the way. We've got food being provided. If you've got something heavier, we've got to dig out the holes a bit more and it takes a bit more effort.
Okay.
Gold piece of kobold.
A gold piece per kobold.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be like 300 gold depending on the weight.
Just 300 gold. It's distance, not weight.
Alright, yeah, that seems alright, yeah. Sorry, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
No worries. Anything else?
Can I now use the lavatory, please? Once you've Once you're out.
Give it 2 minutes.
Okay.
I swear, Torgavel is gonna sink into the ground someday because they'll have tore through all the foundations.
We already know there's a massive temple under there. I'm amazed it hasn't fallen in yet. I have actually genuinely written up each one of these letters and put a post-it note with a too long didn't read on each of them.
Yeah, I'm just checking the TLDRs. I'll be reading these in my downtime between session prep.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Hey.
Sorry.
Yay!
Yay.
I'm all witness to some of the letter writing as well, so I can vouch for that.
Uh-huh. And okay.
There's quite a lot of them.
There is. Very good. Right.
Right.
Those will go in a pile to be read later.
So, what are we doing today? I mean, I want to get those writs of transit to someone in town.
Well, no, with how I'm feeling right now.
Well, we are going to the Lawmaster's office, aren't we?
Didn't they say they killed off the law mistress?
Yes, but they offered us the opportunity to examine her office.
Yes. So that's probably not a bad idea, is it?
It's a way back into the town, at least.
Okay, right. Yeah. And we can always go... I'm thinking maybe the blacksmith might be a good one to drop these writs off with. He said the blacksmith was an elf, didn't he? And...
So you best... I'll head straight to the Lawmaster's office, as you've seen. It's not best for me to linger in public.
Oh, yeah.
You know what, Zed? I pull off my disguise and just keep back to my ordinary clothes, my ordinary outfit. In for a penny, in for a pound.
You're both braver than I am.
Okay, so Narlock and Zed are going to the Lawmaster's house. I assume Roberto is going with Celadine? Or would you rather go to the...
I'll go with Celadine and I'll help with the letters.
Okay. Oh, one thing just before we... No, actually, I'll do this on the road. Never mind. I'll do it on the road. It's not it'd be stupid to do this here and now.
Okay. Right. So, we'll go split party very, very quickly. Both pairs are escorted by different members of the retinue of what you now know to be the a portion of the battalion of Benhart Belmont, a general in the army of Bane.
As me and Roberto are walking, I'll be making comments about how we need to get our horses reshoed.
Yeah,
That's why
not a
we're
problem.
going to the blacksmith's, getting our horses reshoed.
Yeah.
You two are escorted by quite a few knights. A lot of the younger ones. You got like one of the older ones who's definitely seen battle. The look on his armor, that armor has been repaired innumerable times. He's just there. He's not necessarily like being standoffish with either of you. He's just there. Zed and Narlock, you two are escorted by two, one of which being Paladin Timothy. I'll start with Celadine and Roberto, and then do Narlock and Zed. Is that alright?
Yep.
Okay. Just because both are about the same distance, but by the time you've gotten in and had a look around, there's a lot more things that can happen with the house.
We'll be going to the house straight after we've done this anyway, so...
Oh, are you?
And they're both in the room.
I assume that was the plan.
Oh, I thought you were going split party and meeting back up.
That's
no problem if you two are going to go to...
I was going to say, I thought it made sense just to meet up with them. So.
Yeah, if we do the blacksmiths and then we rendezvous with them at the Lawmasters.
Okay, not a problem, because what we'll do then is we'll have you guys at the blacksmiths do a bit of the house, and then you guys coming in and finding Narlock and Zed. Okay, so you make it to the blacksmiths. It is probably the second largest building in the entire village, being what looks like it used to be a barn that's then had the walls removed on three sides. And towards the side, you can see where there's the massive forge, anvil, just all the tools of the trade. And you can see where like a set of ladders go upstairs, which you surmise is most likely the smith's home. Sat at his workbench, not currently working on anything, just setting out his tools, getting things ready for the day. You see a very tall but broad-shouldered elf, short blonde hair, cut very close to the edge of his neck. Can both give me perception checks?
13.
None that 20.
Okay, you are more focused on, like, just... You've seen high elves before. High elves in Torgaval and high elves you've met on the road tend towards a more scholarly life, educational, magic, literary works. You are more surprised by the fact that this high elf, is not only so tall, but also so broad of shoulder. You can see just massive arms. You can see the hint of tattoos coming down. The tattoos you notice you've recognised on members of Lana's crew. Things like devil girls' legs and hearts that say mum, and all your very typical sailors' tattoos.
La la.
Roberto, you see all this as well, but the thing you notice is the right ear, long, pointed, has a bit of jewellery in it. Lots of like iron rings, silver, very simple. Looks like he's probably made them himself, just a bit of fun. The left ear is completely missing. And I don't just mean the pointed tip, the whole ear has been cut off at some point in his life.
The knights standing outside.
Yeah, they'll stay with your horses while you guys sort out what you need. They're kind of just having fun, just playing with the horses.
Okay, so they're not listening.
No, you've got your own business to do. They're just keeping a watchful eye.
I'm just like, I really hope that they're going to be gentle with Dandelion.
Oh, the older knight you can see is actually stroking. Is Dandelion male? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just stroking him.
Just walk in and are you the blacksmith?
I am, yes.
Oh, hi. We're
He turns around.
we're past. My goodness. Right. Sorry.
Sorry, I do actually need to describe him very quickly. As he turns around, not only do you now see the missing left ear, you also see the burn scars that go across the left side of his face, almost halfway across his mouth. The cut scars that actually you can now see his hair is so short because most of the top has almost been scalped off. He's missing his both his eyebrows. One from some kind of injury. The right side looks like from working the forge. Hands, you can see covered in the burns of a blacksmith. But as they go further up, it's almost like the burns and the tattoos are now to cover injuries he's suffered throughout his life. Yes?
Sorry, we're travelling through bear hunting. Our mounts are outside and could do with reshoeing.
Sure.
And
Are you looking for bolts as well? The bears down the south are quite big.
potentially lowering my voice. Sir, you know that Adair's fault is coming here, don't you?
Not everyone looks at you. Yeah.
I don't know how to put this. We don't want anyone to die. I appreciate this town you probably don't feel deserves life, but
How long have you been here?
not long enough, I know. The welcome wasn't a welcome, but...
Give me a persuasion check at disadvantage. You could offer help to...
I shall offer help.
Yeah.
Yeah. So will I...
No, you don't have to roll.
Okay.
So you can make it base.
Base, thank you. That's 15 persuasion, yeah? I don't have that skill, so it's
It's straight
15.
15.
It's just 15.
Oh, what's here? Not been here long. Not had a warm welcome. Halfling.
I just sort of like...
Not a statement, it's more a halfling. sort of a greeting
Yeah.
as he sets his water down.
I just sort of do like a little gestures like,
Look, a Deus Vult is coming and people are going to die, and I've accepted that I can't possibly help all of them. There's too many. But you can't possibly think that we saw children out there and they don't. Alright, I'm trying to appeal to your better nature and I don't even know if you've got one.
You just see him kind of like mulling something over, looks at the knights and goes,
I can...
Your Honours! They'll look over. It's like, the horses can be taken around the side. I'll be shoeing them up really quick for these two. You said you have others?
Others? Yes, yes.
You're not hunting bears on your own, are you?
No, of course
He's
not.
being very loud.
No, of course not. No.
One more, two more, five more. How many? Come on.
13.
13 more of you. He gives you
I think
look, and it's kind of strange.
Am I reading this right?
You're reading this completely wrong, but he's got this like amusing smile on his face.
No, I thought you meant how many bears are we going for? 2. There's 2 more of us.
2 more, not a problem. Gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind, and lady, you wouldn't mind just taking them around the side. I'll see to them. They'll be my guests until they leave. Unless you've got elsewhere to be in town.
We do need to... We were going to go and have a quick look at something.
Alright, I'll look after your horses until you come back. If you wouldn't mind just tying them up, and the knights lead your horses round the corner. Right. There are children here whose only crime is that they listen to their parents, and there are parents here whose only crime is that they are scared. So no, not everyone here is deserving of death, or what it is that the knights intend to bring. That said, you may be asking the wrong person.
I think we might be asking the only person who is the right person. You clearly don't like the people here, so...
No. Just kind of motions at his face.
They did that to you.
Every one of them. Every one of them. When I arrived in town, they thought it'd be rather amusing to shove my face in the forge fires when I set up shop. And then a few members would come round every so often, take a few swipes at the elf. One night it got a bit worse, and they took my ear.
I am sorry that they are ignorant.
It's not your place to apologise. It's theirs. And for many of them, the only apology they will ever give is with their life. But I can see what you're trying to do. You're both young and earnest. Where are the letters?
Just take out the 30. I guess 12, because I'm assuming you'll take one for yourself.
I don't need it.
Suppose not.
And he flicks his chest and you can see the iron claw of Bane. They offer me a better life.
Kind word first, please. There are 13 letters there. That's 13 lives in your hands. I am handing you 13 people's lives. I wish I could hand you more.
Where should they go?
I've forgotten where to Orgaval's.
Glendorrel.
Glendorrel. Anywhere in Glendorrel. I know it's already multicultural there, and they will probably be... It's the best place for them to go because they will see that they are wrong. And if you're the one giving them that freedom, maybe they'll see that they're wrong even more.
I will give letters to those who I think are not the worst, but unlikely to survive. Any who I think will survive shouldn't be forced to leave their homes. And any who deserve what's coming.
No one deserves what's coming. No one deserves to die the way that the Deus Vult will let them die.
Do you know what the Deus Vult actually is? Have you read up on it? Have you listened to them?
Yes,
Have you?
I have. If you're asking me as GM, yes, I have.
has Celadine.
Yes! I can find you the books list.
You have actually listed, and actually, I will clarify something.
She knows that not everyone will die, but this is,
The Deus Vault is Richter's final sword. This is your last chance. Do as we say, or do no more.
No one deserves to have their choices taken away.
What if they continue to make bad choices? What if their choices cause harm, pain, suffering?
You don't do good things because it's easy.
What if they've never done a good thing in their life?
No, they're
I'm not talking about them.
Call
But too late for someone to change.
It's a bit of a buster call, yeah.
I am not talking about them making good choices. I am talking about you. You
Takes
don't
the letters
do
off
the
you.
right thing because it is easy. You do it because it is the right thing to do.
I think I've had enough of being spoken to in my forge, being told how I should behave by someone who has not seen how I have been treated. But, in just a word, I will take these letters and give them to who I think does not deserve what is coming. But I will be withholding them from those who I think would do better with what is coming. And he kind of slips them into his... He kind of puts them in like a pile of like other paperwork. It looks like blueprints and schematics and recipes. The easy choice isn't always the best one. But the good choice is not always the best choice either.
What do we owe you for the horseshoes?
On the house. I can see you're trying to do something good. If I can give a recommendation though, this town is worthless in your kindness. It doesn't deserve what you are trying to do. Somewhere I can tell you that does deserve your help though. Kelna. The next village over.
Fine. You don't think it deserves kindness, I think everywhere does. But I can see we won't agree. Barnabas, was there anything else we needed?
I'm just going to have a little browse at some of the wares really quickly.
Looking around, the workmanship is very good. It's good quality. The metal is sound. Looks like the newer piece is better quality than the old pieces. But even the old pieces, the quality is good, but the ingredients weren't necessarily there.
Okay.
If you're looking for anything interesting, I will... Did you go bear hunting? Is that right?
Yeah, actually, don't suppose you might have anything that can aid us with our hunting, possibly?
I'll throw in a brace of bear bolts. They'll be with your horses when you come to collect them.
Thank you. Forgive me for asking, but I've noticed the tattoos.
No, I was a sailor.
Well, you
Before
know.
I arrived here. I was originally from Dontador.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
Arrived here, wanted to make a bit of a name for myself. Arrived in Anfestrum. They didn't need a blacksmith. That was my main thing on the ship. Moved through the villages, bit of a travelling smith here and there, just did a few bits of work. Got some money together. Thought, let's go somewhere that's a bit further away from the sea, somewhere that's a bit more travelled. That was back when there was a lot of trade coming in through Glendorrel into Braila. Not my worst decision, not my best either, but I'm still here. As bad as these lot are, they can't make me run away from my investment. Which I think is what they wanted.
It's just making me think, because maybe someday in future I might actually head to the seas myself, maybe.
I'd recommend it. You're still only young, you've got plenty of time to go out and see the world.
Any words of advice if I get on board a ship? Things I need to look out for?
Don't try and make out with the mermaids. Would be my first lesson. They will eat you.
Ah, right. Well, I've heard many tales of mermaids, the temptation,
Most of
but
them tempting and good and friendly, yeah, no.
that terrifying.
I saw enough bards think it'd be a good idea, and they were very quickly dragged under, drowned, and the ocean ran with their blood.
Oh, it's a good thing that I'm not a bard. I'm more of a curious nature.
Yeah. That's not the word I'd use, but yeah.
Thank you, Seventeen.
Alright, I'll get on with your horses. I'll make that priority. I assume you've all got places to be.
Yeah, we would like to be out of town before night falls.
Take this.
Hmm?
You're going to need it. And he
that?
hands you a roll of paper. It is the map of Brayla. The one I sent to the group chat.
Ah. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sorry, I didn't even get your name. Sorry, I genuinely thought you'd have one prepped,
No,
Cal.
I do have one prepped.
Oh.
You just... Again, you walked in there making demands without asking who he was. His name is... name's Gregor.
Right. Sorry, probably should have asked your name to begin with. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, and we're already on the road longer than I would have liked to have been.
Don't worry
I
about it.
really wish I was back home.
You should go back there. Don't worry. You're nice. You both seem like good people. I assume anyone travelling with you is probably good people as well.
They're the best people.
This country doesn't deserve it. But that is something we can argue about over and over.
Before we leave, don't suppose I could play your little sea shanty or anything? Anything I might have picked up? Or
Quite alright. I had my had my fill of music on the seas. Now I prefer to listen to just points at the crackling of the forge and the sound of wind coming up across the hill.
I think especially some of the bards have experienced as well. I think you'd probably be glad some of them actually got taken by the mermaids.
Oh, they weren't bad people. They're just misadvised.
Well, thank you for helping me avoid that route. So.
God, how bad would it be if that was the end of Roberto during like after the campaign? Just dove into the ocean with
Chasing a mermaid.
Yeah.
That was kind of how I was thinking about ending him in some way, a comic, silly death and seeing how things go. But
Okay, so you guys are going to make your way to the house. Let's move to Zed and Narlock. Arriving through the town, you do see a few people, early risers, just everyday people of the village going about their everyday lives. But as they see the two of you, Tibbles, and then the two knights, one knight, one paladin, who's well known in this town at this point, moving through, they give you a wide berth. Some people sneering at Zed, others just avoiding completely.
Just as we're passing by them, just every now and then I'll just point to one who's giving us a glare and just be like,
Just friendly.
yeah, just acting friendly. Obviously provocation, but you know,
Don't do that. The paladins will think you want them shot.
Suddenly you see the paladin. No.
okay, just pointing, just going, hey, thumbs up with the other hand.
Yeah. You see a lot of confused looks as this happens, but carrying on. You make it to the largest house in the village. It's the furthest on the outside, and it looks like this is where they started building the wall. Actually using the building as part of the wall structure. It is a two-story house, one above and then the ground floor. Looks like there may be access to some kind of attic, but any attic space in here will be very minimal. It's big, though. The actual building is quite large.
As expected from the Royal Master's office. Right.
You're more than welcome to enter. I had someone come over and unlock the door this morning.
I enter in.
I follow behind.
Tibbles padding up behind.
Mm-hmm.
Walking
Yeah.
inside,
Did they follow us in, or do they just stand at the door?
they're staying outside. They've already done their searches. They're letting you guys make your own.
I like to think we only opened the door so far, so Zed sort of shuffles in. Narlock shuffles in after him, and Tibbles gets up on his two hind legs and just shuffles inside.
Okay, that's what happened.
He's right. The other two may join us shortly.
I'll send them straight in. Don't worry.
Thank you. I close the door.
If they're gonna stare at us, I'm gonna give them something to stare at.
Just watch it. You may get one of them shot. I start examining the desk, and I'm guessing in the lawmaster's office there's generally a desk in the opening foyer.
Not here.
Oh, I look around then. What do I see?
So what you see is a room, an entryway. Directly in front of you is a massive grand staircase going up to the top floor, and the only other door from where you are is to the left. Could both of you make perception checks for me? Narlock with advantage.
Not with Tibbles?
Not with Tibbles, no.
8.
Right, I rolled good, but I rolled the same number twice.
Your dice weighted?
Okay.
Huh?
No, it's the one Guson's got me.
Oh.
You gave us weighted dice!
I rolled a 16, but my +4 makes it a non-nat 20.
Fantastic. So, Zed, you see the massive staircase and the door that's slightly ajar to your left. That, looking around the corner, you can see that looks like the office that you were looking for. Directly in front of you, though, Narlock, you can feel a breeze coming from the staircase, and as you go over, you find a section of the stairs just off to the right pulls away to reveal a secret hatch that leads, from what you can see just turn around the corner, it's like underneath the stairs is like an empty hollow that's just got crates in the back, and to the right is the opening into the kitchen.
Ooh, open says me.
I'm just going to check what that noise was. I think that'll be episode 24. Finally done.
Snip through real quickly, do that.
Ooh, there's buzzing.
Buzzing?
It's like buzz, 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 buzz. It's, you know, like that old buzzing noise you used to get with a modem.
Oh.
Like a mobile phone kind of buzzing.
Oh.
I mean, the fan's going on the laptop.
It might have been that if you were touching it, it might have been transmitting the sound up to the microphone.
Actually, yeah, that might be it.
Mm.
Okay, so you have this route left into the office, forward up to the first floor, and through the staircase into the kitchen.
I'll take the office.
I'll go into the kitchen.
All right, in the office, the only thing you see, really, here, it looks like this room has been looked over.
Okay.
But one thing that does catch your eye is on the desk is a large leather-bound ledger. You've seen these ledgers before. It's a typical accounts ledger.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I take a look at it and just start peering down. See if anything stands out that might have stood out in our register.
Give me an intelligence check. No bonuses. Because you...
No, critical 1.
Oh. It's just numbers and letters that don't appear to make any sense. To be honest, the only members of your party that you think might be able to make heads or tails of this is probably Narlock or Celadine.
Okay. I say, Tibbles, do you smell anything unusual in here?
Pacing around the room, sniffing around, the only thing he finds of interest is a large iron safe tucked away behind a bookcase, and the door has been blown off. Like, it was not lockpicked, this was exploded off.
Okay, can I examine it? See if there was anything that they missed?
Absolutely.
No investigation again.
Yes.
That's better. I'm not sure if I actually have the skill. I've got insight, but that's not really what I'm looking for, is it?
No, this is investigations with bonus of your intelligence modifier. Plus
In which case it's 11.
11.
11?
Looking over this, it's been completely picked out. It looks like, having a quick look inside, there was only one thing in here, probably like something box-shaped. You can see where the shape of it has left an almost imprint in the metal, or like dust on the inside.
Mhm.
Aside from that, no. If anything that does catch your eye, this wasn't blown open with like gunpowder. This was blown open with most likely divine magic. Something similar to what you may use.
I take the ledger and slip it into my pack,
Absolutely.
and I examine the desk for anything further.
It's been completely raided, just everything open. It looks like they left the ledger as more afterthought.
Well, if they haven't found anything, I don't think it's likely that I will. I'll skim the bookshelves, and then that'll be me.
Okay, in the kitchen, Narlock, can you give me a perception check?
Natural 20. Bastard.
Wow. Okay. You find on the table in the middle of the kitchen that appears to have been mostly left how it was when people probably left this place. You see a teapot recently cleaned out, teacups stacked up, nothing out of place or where it shouldn't be. You find 3 letters on the desk. You don't recognise the names that they were addressed to, but having a quick... Oh, do you read them, sorry?
Do you know what? Yeah, I will.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to say that you read them and you hadn't. So, looking over them, they're all basically the same letter, just addressed to different people. And they are letters of conscription. And the wording is very particular. It's very join or die wording. It is for the cook and the 2 servants. It does note what their previous occupation was. Into the army of the Stult, and is signed by Commander Benhart Belmont, witnessed by the local leader of the battalion Benhart, Sir Timothy Ivarstead, and declared by Duke Jonah Frey, the present ruler of Brayla. With your search as well, you find 3 gold pieces on the table. Each one is not usual to ones you've seen in the past. Each is printed on one side with the now very recognisable claw of Bane, and on the other side is a 5-pointed crown.
Just sort of lift up the butter tray.
Yeah.
And look inside of it. A 1, 2, 3. Oh, trick.
Worth out the coins.
Mm.
In this room that you're in, you can see 4 doors. There are 3 in the southern edge of the door, edge of the room, and 1 just next to where the staircase secret entrance is.
That's
You did.
that's unusual. These are going to be storerooms, a rear exit, and pantry.
Do you have a look?
Yeah, I'm going to take. I will call Father Zed in from the other room and say, I found a couple of rooms in here. I've got a bet behind what's each door. No, what's behind each door. Sorry, I'm still tired.
Each room is the exact same, almost a mirror image of the one next to it. It has a single bed that barely fits in the room. There are no windows in any of these rooms. A small bedside table that again barely fits, and a small clothing locker across the floor. The space in here is only enough to walk in and turn around and walk out.
Looks like a cell.
Yeah, whoever had these servants, it's no wonder they took off. Well, given these letters, and I hand them over, it seems like they didn't have much of a good life anyway. They're forced into this tiny room, and then it's serve or die.
Wait, sounds almost like the Paladins. I wonder where they are now.
Do you mean the Paladins of Bane, or?
Well, I know where they are. I meant these people.
No, by the sounds of it, it looks like they took off the umbrella.
This is when you are walking back, so we'll have you guys rejoin in just a few minutes.
Sure.
Okay? Just letting you guys know where you are.
Did
You're
you
walking.
find anything else?
Nope, didn't find anything else.
So there's only one more door in here that you haven't looked, and that is the one next to what you surmise to be the back part, where the roof of this room would probably be a landing upstairs.
I opened the door.
It is a storeroom. There is a back door leading outside, and as you look at it, it's obvious straight away there is no opening that door. A wood and stone wall has already been built across that part of the building. But there is a trapdoor in here that appears to lead downstairs.
Well,
Well, I know you always like a trap door, Darlock. I open it up.
maybe we should wait for the others before we continue doing this.
To be honest,
I still look down, and do I see anything in the darkness?
it's locked.
Oh.
Not to worry. By the time they get here, I just lift up a lockpick. I'll have this open in a jiffy.
Alright, I will let you take time to do it until the others arrive, so you may have this with advantage.
Okay.
You're not trying to do it in a hurry, it's... different tool.
Tibbles, go up to the door and greet them.
Okay. Just let press the first.
4. Okay, 24.
24, fantastic. Okay, as Zed... so as you two arrive at the house, you see... So there's the 4 knights that went with you and your animals, and they rejoin with Paladin Timothy and the other knight who escorted Zed and Narlock. Ah, you finally arrived. Okay, you and Sir Dennett, would you mind beginning a quick tour around, remind them that we are here and we are watching them? Because they were very rude this morning. It was very uncomfortable, very embarrassing. Your friends are already inside.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paladin Timothy.
It's quite alright. And opens the door as you go in, and kind of like stood inside, you find Zed and Tibbles.
Hello.
Hello.
No.
How did your little experiment go?
He's taken the letters. I can't say as whether or not he'll do everything that we want him to.
Oh, wait. I say this in harsh whispers.
All I said was letters. He has. Anyone who's listening doesn't know anything about that.
Mm.
The messenger took all the letters. I don't know whether or not they'll get there, but we'll see.
Okay, I pull the ledger out of my pack and say, I found this in the office. Can you make heads or tails of it?
Shall we go to wherever Mac Ruxpin has got? Yeah, Mr. Ruxpin has gotten.
Oh,
Yes, Zedric.
forgot about that.
Well,
Right, yes, he's down playing in the dirt.
I'll have a look through this as he continues to have a look round then. See if I can make anything of this.
Okay, so heading back into the kitchen, Selin, you basically, Peter, to have a look at the ledger?
Yeah, I'm just going to sit at the kitchen table and...
Okay, due to being exhausted, you are rolling with disadvantage.
Yeah, I thought so.
No,
add book
you
smarts
have...
or something?
Yeah, he's with book smarts. No, you... Oh, wait, it's mercantile.
Oh, don't have that.
No, it's with book smarts then.
Plus 3, 14 then.
14, I'll be back with you in a moment.
Oh.
Okay, Narlock, you have opened the hatch, and have you gone inside, or are you waiting to be joined by the others?
I'm going to wait to be joined by the others.
Yeah, we're not that long.
Can I see anything like a staircase or anything?
There is a set step ladder down, so one of those slightly vertical staircases.
Oh, the wooden slat staircases that
Yeah.
technically be a ladder more than a staircase.
You mean like the one I got into my attic with my parents?
No, this one isn't a fold away staircase, just one of those ones that's permanently set there.
Yeah.
But think like Skyrim, the ones that you walk up to get like through the Draugr place. They're set staircases, but they may as well just be a ladder.
Yeah.
Very common on ships.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Looking down in there, there is basically no space to move around. There will be enough space for one person down there. Due to crates and boxes and similar. Could you actually make a perception check with disadvantage while you're looking in?
19. Right, of course. 9.
Okay. You just see crates and barrels and boxes. Your eyes are so heavy as you're looking. Just you can't get a decent look.
Can I have a look?
You know what it is.
Was this just while you were waiting? Because I thought you were waiting for us to appear.
Yeah, this is while you're waiting. Unless you guys have both arrived now, finding Narlock like rubbing his eyes and like open hatch next to him.
Well,
You stick your head in.
Yeah, I had a look. I can't make out much that's down there, but it might just be because I'm tired. It doesn't look like there's a lot of room, no. Roberto, I think maybe this one might be down to you.
I can certainly have a look. And have you and Celadine both been up all night?
Maybe.
Yes, they have.
Oh dear. Well,
Necessary. Absolutely necessary.
I light a candle. Here you go.
thank you.
Okay. To be honest, for you, this is actually quite roomy. This is quite similar to a lot of halfling homes as you're used to, proper hobbit hole style. So in terms of space, it's like a storeroom for a halfling.
Before he goes down,
Yeah.
I plonk Measley on your shoulder. Take Measley with you. He can smell things really good.
Okay.
I look at me. I'm like,
He basically drapes around you like it. Basically, unless otherwise stated or requested of him, Measley is basically asleep like a scarf.
Measley, be awake and pay attention, please.
Are you just asking him to look around?
I'm asking him to help Roberto have a look.
Okay. Very important distinction of words. He
Yeah,
is a
yes,
bit of an arse.
He has advantage on perception if it's a smell.
fantastic. So, here's the plan. You do the smelling, I do the looking.
Get the weasel.
What's your
Be back, yeah, and then be back in a sec.
We can look if he likes as well. I don't mind.
His tail is so soft.
Yeah. Okay, heading down there. Give me a perception check.
While I do that, can I also, just to flash off my Hobbit skills, can I also determine which direction?
Absolutely. Give me a d6.
Do the d6 first. 5.
5. This room is completely flat to the floor. So this is not like a cavern that
Okay.
was turned into a cellar, as some are. This
Right.
has been built with a purpose. You kind of feel your way around the floor, and there's a few areas where it feels like the floor goes on a slight gradient, but not from where the ladders are. So it's like you get like halfway along and there's like a gradient down.
Okay.
Just a very small amount.
For drainage.
Possibly for drainage, possibly slight subsidence.
Okay. Right. Perception with advantage, because... Or is it just looking?
Just you on your own.
Do you need measly stats, by the way, love?
Oh, I have easy stats.
Do you?
I do, especially that perception.
Oh, not very good, unfortunately. 8.
You are
Wait,
looking.
sorry. Sorry, I got it all wrong. I'm doing my maths completely incorrect. 2, 3, 4. Sorry, that's a 5. I cannot do dice
That's
or
all
numbers
right.
today.
That's all right. So, as you are looking around, you're kind of looking towards where the like subsidence is, because you see all the crates and barrels. Having a look through them, you wind up finding partially rotten food and a few casks of like water that has been left to go quite stagnant.
Okay.
You're pretty certain that you could drink this and you'd be okay, but if any of the ones upstairs did, they'd probably die. Because halflings.
Before I do anything else, I'm going to go back up.
Before you do.
Oh, okay.
Before you do. While you are down there, MiiBee is attempting to get your attention. Celadine, you get a click. MiiBee's found something, but Roberto's looking in pools of water.
Just call out. Barnabas, pay attention to the pet weasel. I think he can smell something. He's making that noise.
I was kind of asking, what are we looking for exactly?
I don't know.
It's just looking.
Okay. Yeah, he's doing that weird thing again of where...
The thing where he scampers back and forth?
No, he's still around Roberto's
Oh.
shoulders. Just he's trying to get Roberto's attention.
If he's biting your ear, it means he wants your attention and
Right.
it wants it in that direction, I
Right.
think.
I pay attention to what MiiBee is doing and...
What were you going to do if you were going to go upstairs, just so I know?
I was just going to ask Narlock and said, what exactly are we looking for, by the way? Anything specific?
It's just looking.
Okay.
That's basically it.
Okay.
Following MiiBee's track, can you give me another perception check with advantage?
Okay.
Because what MiiBee has become aware of is quite well hidden.
17.
Okay, fantastic. You see a safe actually embedded in the floor behind the ladder that you came down. That's why you didn't see it. You were kind of looking in the wrong direction. Everything else is just like storeroom, but that is like... It's hidden in plain sight. Like, it's hidden in the shadow of the ladder.
MiiBee, you're bloody brilliant, you are.
It's feeling like he knows.
Right.
Such an arsehole.
I go back and I just... I'm just saying in a low voice. Celadine, I'm very sorry, but what was your alias name again?
It was Celia Sparklehearth.
Celia. Right, Celia. And I just indicate for MiiBee to come back to you.
Come back. Thank you.
Yep.
Right, Zedric, Rookspin, everyone.
Yes.
MiiBee's found something which might be of interest to everyone.
I can go have a look, see if I can wedge it open with one of my. I just hold up the lockpick pickaxes.
I just ugh.
Yes, I think it might be a good idea if you see if you can wedge open that with your pickaxe.
Okay. Before Narlock goes down... Well, Narlock, while you go down, I assume you're going to take time with it because you're tired?
Yeah, I'm going to take a bit of time with it. I'm just using the lockpicks to open it.
Okay, you can roll at base for that. You,
In
looking
the
through
account
the
book.
accounts ledger,
So I don't add my +6 to this?
No, you add your +6, you just don't have advantage, but you don't have disadvantage.
Okay.
Yes.
18.
Okay, I will get back to you in just a moment. Okay. You find within very obvious and not very well hidden evidence of mass overtaxation. Like, not so much that anyone who wasn't paying attention to it would notice, but it's been going on for so long, and it's such skimming off. It's like rounding up the silvers to a gold, or rounding up the coppers to a silver level. While you're also looking through it, you notice a lot of expenses set to town expenses, not personal expenses, that look personal in nature, like artwork and similar. And the last thing you find is a notice within, which is a regular income to the town coffers, which the note next to it in shorthand is profit from profit from sales of exotic pets to Brayla. Now you've seen this town. The animals here are a couple of dogs, cats, horses. Nothing you'd consider exotic unless someone in the town considers a cow exotic.
Alright, that's...
Sleaze.
That's... Alright, well... For starters, the law mistress here was skimming an awful lot of money for herself, I think. It looks like she was using town funds for her own... I mean, I don't think that you're buying exotic soaps and things for the town. Is it that sort of thing? Furs and... I'm assuming if it's stuff that's clearly personal?
It's all works of art.
Oh,
or
I see.
Books. But it is clearly personal.
I don't... This town doesn't look rich enough to have a museum or anything, does it?
Not from
I haven't seen anything when I was in the. There didn't appear to be anything valuable in the office.
In which case, somewhere in here, she's potentially hidden artwork somewhere around here, or smuggling it, I don't know.
The bottom.
Now, just a hunch, what could be within that little hidden safe could be something that has been left behind, which could be one of those things. Maybe.
You hear the click as the hatch opens below. No.
I was just going to say about the exotic pets as well, but it doesn't matter.
We can come to... sorry, say that. Yeah.
The other thing, it says here that they sell exotic pets to Brayla the city, I assume? There's no exotic animals here. Are there?
Go over to one of the crates in this, because this is the basement, isn't it? Or, well, the storeroom.
Just me down there at the minute.
So I head over to one of the crates in the storeroom, and can I open one of the boxes?
Sorry, is this in... Oh, this is in the storeroom. Yeah, absolutely. Opening it up, it looks like remnants of food. So, like, these crates are probably halfway through being used when the house was taken over and abandoned.
Okay. I lift a couple of the pieces, and then I just move around the room, checking the boxes.
Yeah. Narlock, what you find down there... Now, to be honest, you've seen this signature more than enough times now to recognise it outright. These are original sketches signed by Raven Kit. These are base sketches, base line art drawings of one of his well-known masterpieces, The Soul of Beauty. And to be honest, all of that is actually in there. It's like, you find like the letter of authenticity, and it's actually signed by Duke Frey and Raven Kit himself. Alongside that, these are nothing on the actual original, but these are like someone who's a fan of Raven Kit, they'd go a bit nuts over this. As well as that, one thing you pull out as you recognise it, pulling these papers out, you hear the chink and just pull it up. You find a runic necklace of the orc goddess Luthik. This is a common protective ward offered by female orcs, as well as male orcs who are old or ill. It's strange seeing it in a civilized house, to be honest.
Why would I put that into my pocket and take the drawings upstairs to be continued, and heads back up and just quietly duck down to everyone. Well, Raven Kit Originals, signed and dated.
Well, that lines up with what's in the ledger. Shall we slip those into our bag of holding? Because I don't think that the fellas in the tin cans have found those yet.
I just rolled them up and just slipped them into the bag on Saladin's waist. Found what?
Of course, there was nothing down there.
There's some. I just sort of start speaking louder. There's some rotten food and some old water down there, but other than that, there's not much.
Roberto?
Now look, do you reckon it'll be a good idea to close the safe as well, and maybe you can't reverse locks, could you? And actually lock it.
I just go down, close the safe over, and after I've picked the lock to reseal it, I take the dial that was on it too and just spin it.
To be honest, locking something that you've just unlocked with lockpicks is a fuck ton easier than trying to unlock something. So yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for it.
It's just in case if they do another search and they realise something's gone missing, then that might put them on slight high alert, or it might buy some time while we get out of here.
So there was nothing else in the basement besides the safe?
No, and there was nothing else on this floor. The only thing left is the upper floor.
Shall we then? Looking at this account book, there's too many things that don't make any sense.
Guess only investigate.
Is there more than one listing of her buying artwork?
Multiple. This has been going on for years.
There could be more pieces of Raven Kit's work hidden about the place, saying all that in a very low tone of voice.
Mm-hmm.
And we know how much that is worth. I'm not sure that the Paladins do.
Sure, they must have some sense, especially if they're working with acid. Especially if they're working with All Dark and Scary. I thought,
True.
I thought he was one of his allies.
That's actually... Maybe if she didn't want to get caught, maybe she might have covered them. I don't see the point of having a piece of art and not having it somewhere you can see it, but maybe she just liked owning them.
She smuggled it in and she wants to keep it as a treasure, or she's holding it for someone.
If I may now, again, crazy idea, but you know how artists, performers, musicians like to convey a secret message in some form of art? Don't suppose it could be a hidden message or something within these paintings, whether it's the painting itself trying to code something. There could be a message on the inside, but they've been collected for a reason. Maybe it was a form of smuggling in communication, possibly.
Once I've had some sleep, maybe me and Saladin can have a look over these and see can we find any inconsistencies.
To be honest, going over that, Celandine would not be the best choice to go over the artwork on that. The best choice would be Narlock and Roberto, and that's something that you're getting an inkling of remembering things of, like your mother telling you about secret messages traded through art, paintings, snippets of music. It's a very common way for some bards to pass on information.
Could I also perhaps say, because I don't know much about alchemy, but technically there's form of alchemical style paintings, but it was actually done in the style of music, so...
You would have no knowledge of that.
Okay.
I know you as a player have, but there is no way Roberto would. I'm sorry.
Got it.
Out of character, that's that thing they did with the mosaic paintings, but the mosaics represent the different ingredients in the amounts.
That was so cool. I actually really want you to play an alchemist now, because you do know shit like that. But I am sorry, I do have to pull information.
That's cool.
Right.
Shall we?
So, you think we should check? You think we should check the first floor then?
Alright,
Yeah.
let's check upstairs then. At least we can be sure it's not trapped or anything, because the Paladins have clearly already been here, so if it had been trapped, it would have set off already.
Exactly.
Don't say that.
So, heading upstairs.
Before we head upstairs, I relock the trapdoor as well.
Not a problem. Yeah, again, I'm not going to make you roll for it, 'cause it's like, you already did, it's like, done.
How did they miss that?
Maybe they just haven't got into it.
True, and you said the safe was right behind us. I mean, it took you and MiiBee to find it, so...
Yeah, that was basically sort of behind the ladder.
I'll be honest, it was a DC 25 to find it.
Wow.
MiiBee rolled a 19.
Nice.
He's very, very perceptive, provided it's smelling.
Well, he's got that perception anyway, it's just advantage with smell.
Oh, I didn't realise. Okay, cool. So he can see things really, really good, but he can also smell things great.
It's a bit like with Tibbles on that one. Tibbles has an absurdly high perception check on his own, but if it's anything to do with smell or hearing, Tibbles has advantage.
Okay, let's loot through this corrupt officials upstairs.
Okay. As you get to the upper floor, you see two rooms. Basically, you come up and they come around backwards. It's one long corridor with a door to your right and a door to your left.
Mm-hmm.
Two of us take a room each?
Yeah, can do.
Although,
Number one.
Number 2.
one.
2.
Okay, so we'll do 1 then 2, as we said. So Zed and Celadine, team 1. Are you well? Which room are people taking, left or right?
To the left.
To the left, to the left.
Okay, so Celadine and Zed head for the room on the left. Roboto and Narlock head for the room on the right.
If we find anything that needs propping open with a pickaxe, should we call for you?
Certainly.
Okay. I will run Celadine and Zed first, and then Narlock and Roboto, and there is reasons. Okay. Walking into the room, Celadine and Zed see what is very obviously a guest room. It's laid out, it's clearly not had anyone in for a while. It's very atypical. There's no real personality to this room. Within the room, there are multiple wardrobes. You can see one slightly ajar full of clothes, and you can see a cabinet just full of bedding. Could both of you give me a investigation? If you want to get close, investigation. If you just want to scan, perception.
What does investigation run off?
Investigation is intelligence,
Oh, I will do an investigate then, because that's quite good for me.
whereas perception is wisdom.
Do I get advantage on it?
Yes, you do.
Can I have advantage on it?
You get disadvantage on this.
What if I ask MiiBee if he'll help me?
If you get measly, you can roll at base.
Okay, MiiBee, will you help, please? I'm not very well.
Okay, so what you rolled?
I rolled a 15, and
Okay.
my intelligence, that's +3, so 18.
Oh, you did better than me. I got 15 altogether.
Fantastic. Right. Focused on 2 different areas. Zed, what you find is in the wardrobe. Tibbles is quite curious about the slightly open wardrobe, and inside you find dozens of sets of fine clothes, absolutely gorgeous embroidery, finery, just the absolute lap of extravagant luxury you can imagine. But one thing you do notice about all of these is that these aren't... You've heard the name Law Mistress multiple times, so obviously woman, and no law master you've ever met is probably less than 40 by their racial standard.
Mm-hmm.
All the clothes in here are what look like for a early teenage boy. Looking through, she may have had a son, there's been no mention of it, but that's what you find, it's all boys' clothes.
How bizarre.
Celadine, you and MiiBee make your way to the bed, and Looking over the bed, you see little watermarks here and there, just smattering the sheets. Who knows, there could be a leak, you don't know. It's just little bits and pieces. But what you do find is, next to the bed, is a small coin purse and a folded note.
Oh. Check. Pick up the coin purse. I assume I can feel there's money in it, so just...
About 5 gold pieces.
5 gold pieces, I'll tuck that away. And check the note.
The note reads, same time next week, and don't tell your mother, she just won't understand.
Zed?
Yeah.
There's a funny note here. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Just pass it to Zed.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell your mother, she wouldn't understand. And there was a bag full of coins as well.
Oh, I'm getting a very horrible suspicion here, but I don't want to say it out loud.
Alright, moving on to the master bedroom, where Roberto and Narlock are.
Mm-hmm.
Walking into the room, you find a fairly plain, but where there are bits of finery, it is beautifully extravagant. You see, looking at them straight away, it's obvious these are reproduction prints of Raven Kit's work, just lining the walls. All of them quite nicely framed, but not a single one of them would be worth more than, say, 10 gold for what they are, because they're just reproductions. They're not the originals, and they're not even copies he has probably done. They're probably something that someone else has done.
Okay.
Again, you have seen ones like this previously. That said, there are also other artwork, a lot more simply painted, nowhere near the level of Raven Kit, nowhere near the level of any artist you would buy from. These all look amateurish, slightly above amateur, probably someone who's practiced as a hobby. And every single one depicts a woman. Very beautiful, though thin, elegant in every way you could imagine in a painting. Every perfection highlighted, and every imperfection painted out, in the way of most artists. And in every one of the paintings, she is wearing beautiful robes, beautiful armour. Just what she is wearing is magnificent and beautiful in its regard. But as well as that, in every single picture, she is standing in a victorious or strong pose, standing over orcs, dwarves, elves, in every single picture. Some dead, some bowing to her, some cowering at her sight. Could both of you give me could both of you give me a perception or investigation check? Whichever you want to.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
13.
7.
7. Neither of you see anything that really stands out as anything. There's desk drawers around the room. There's a bookshelf in the far corner. About it.
I'd like to investigate the bookshelf and just see what kind of titles there are, if there's any books there.
There are many books. There are many books. All of which have very elaborate titles. Okay. Some in languages you've never seen. Some using language you've never seen, like in terms of like the syntax and like jargon. Okay. Titles that you can see quite easily include "Be My Most Treasured Guest," "Brayler Best in Show," "Winners and Why," and "Art of Culture."
Hey,
that is just you looking at the book titles.
Okay. I'm just like, no, Ruxpin, come have a look at this.
Were you doing anything while Roberto was looking at those before he calls you over?
Yes, I was going to start checking the drawers.
Okay. Opening the drawers, you find jewellery just across the board.
Open the bag of holding.
You...
Your bag or our bag? Oh, it would have to be your bag.
It's the one on him.
How did they not find this stuff?
Maybe they just don't care.
You wind up collecting 5 gold necklaces, all very quite nice filigree and like decoration to them. Some of them chains, some of them strands of gold going back and forth. There's one medallion as well. Okay, so the two of you are now over at the bookshelf.
A couple of things, Ruxpin. Do you reckon we should get Saladin just to poke a head in here and actually have a look at these books? Because I know how much she likes her books. And what do you reckon the chances are that if we pull one of these books, there could be maybe a secret compartment behind it?
Actually, yeah, can you give me your halfling ability?
Oh, that's direction.
Yeah, the D6.
5.
This room's architecture doesn't make sense.
Oh.
The actual architecture.
Oh.
Assuming that the room on the other side is the same as this, that means there's a 15 by 30 room, or just empty space, somewhere between the two of them. Because right now where you are is over... You're like this side of the entryway where one of those servants' rooms were, and where the other room would be over the office. That means the entire entryway is unaccounted for. So unless that room is an L-shaped room, it doesn't make sense.
Something does not feel right at all about the architecture of this place, Narlock. I've just got this feeling that there's like... I kind of feel like there's a bit we've not actually found yet. Sort of like, I don't know if it's like a 15 by... just a rough idea of the size. Would I know, like 15 by 30?
Yeah, you know 15 by 30. Yeah. Basically, that ability you have gives you an idea of like layout, environment, direction.
Cool.
So architecture would kind of come under that to an extent. So knowing that there should probably be a room behind there, unless that might be unless that might be a wall that on the other side is the room that Zed and Saladin went into.
I step outside as he said that and just sort of look from the doorway into the room and outside along the wall a couple of times, just double taking. Son of a bitch, you're right.
Yeah, honestly, looking at it and actually thinking about it, it's so obvious.
This time I go into my bag of holding and take out my actual pickaxe. Yeah.
You say that you think Tibbles was interested in the wardrobe, didn't you?
Yeah, that was why you guys went to... That's where you found all those clothes. That wardrobe was on the southernmost wall. It doesn't connect to this wall. And the room...
Like a secret passageway. Or you go through and there's Narnia.
Ha!
Hey, I mean, don't knock it. What if there's a secret pocket dimension around here?
Ooh. Are you two... To be honest, by this point, you two have searched the room that you two were in.
Oh
completely.
yeah, we've probably seen Narlock poking his head in and out looking... Son of a bitch! Is something... What's going on?
If you come look in this room is only so far long, yet the wall out here is very much longer.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. To be honest, what you've got is 2 rooms that are about the same size. They're about 30 by 50. And that leaves you with a 30 by 15 space over the main entrance hall.
Oh.
I'm just literally standing there scratching my head and like...
I mean, I'll be honest, this was not one of my more clever puzzle setups. This is painfully obvious.
Can I check the bookshelves? And
You can.
Is the bookshelf on the right wall for?
It is, yes. So looking over the books, you see, again, a lot of the titles you don't even recognise the jargon used. It's lots of artsy terms, like artistic referencing.
Okay.
But the ones that do catch your eye are Be My Treasured Guest, Brayla Best in Show, Winners and Why, and Art of Culture.
I'm going to try pulling Be My Treasured Guest.
The book comes out.
Okay, that one's real. Is it?
Do you want to look inside it?
Yeah, just flick
Blank.
open. It's not real.
The pages are blank.
What?
Take down the others that I've noticed and start flicking.
Looking through every single one, they are all blank. And then the second that you reach Art of Culture...
This one's...
Ah. Hey.
Okay, I get my pickaxe and just open the bag of holding up.
Is that for the notebooks? Is that for the books?
What?
No, that was putting my pickaxe back into the bag of holding.
That said, you said
It
there's
was
a...
it was one of the few items I had on me that I moved into the bag of holding.
Zelda, this is your opportunity. You get to take a look at the title and then write the book based on the titles.
See, you're saying that, Zed, but I suggest to you that I need an awful lot of paper. And even if it's not magical paper, start pulling the covers off the paper. They're not real.
They're still books.
Spending the better part of 15 minutes while the doorway is open, you manage to collect about 500 gold pieces worth of basic paper.
Thank you.
So this would not be able to be used for any magical components or anything, but you can use it for letters, forgery.
Letters and forgery, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Nice.
While she's doing this, does anyone go into the newly opened doorway?
Here we go.
Okay.
Have you still got that candle?
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, God.
Or a Wisdom saving throw, your choice.
I'm going to go Constitution because I don't have a +1 for Wisdom, but I'll do it for Constitution.
Okay.
Not 20! You!
I want your dice.
You are feeling absolutely fine, but you are quite certain that everyone else needs to be warned about is in this room before they come in, otherwise they might not be as well as you got.
Oh.
The room is full of sketches and artwork of far too young men in very disturbing scenes, some of a sexual nature, others of a violent nature. Having a quick look around the room, you see the table has been ransacked. The paladins have definitely been in here. And you see across the table, like laid out for someone, is just surgical implements that look meticulously cleaned and cared for. Now, what time you spent with the knights, they don't do torture. They tell you what the answer is, and that is that. They don't go in for coercion or torture or anything like that. There is also a book laid out. Art is Beauty, Beauty is Worthy Art by Raven Kit, and it is signed. And this room is just full of these artworks, these sketches, and it is the same amateurish style as the ones of the woman standing over the bodies of orcs and dwarves and elves.
Guys, if you're coming in here, have a strong stomach and be prepared. Because from what I can gather, I may be wrong, Raven Kit may look like he's wanting to paint a portrait of the perfect caricature of a human being, and he seems to like him very young and very exposed, and I think we just found his surgical room.
Oh, I'm sorry, I think I've given some wrong information there. This room isn't Raven Kit. All the books and everything are collector's items that are in Saladin's notebook. The actual paintings by Raven Kit are immaculate. The quality of these drawings are shit by comparison to Raven Kit's.
These have been drawn by the same person who's drawn all the I'm the Queen of the Jungle art in the bedroom, yeah?
Oh, right, I see. Whoever owns this room, I'd compare it to that place we saw on the black market, so be ready for it.
Saladin, I advise you stay out.
All right.
No, let her come in if she wants, but be prepared. It is... Wow.
I step in next.
Everyone who goes in, because Narlock has warned you, can you please make me a Constitution or a Wisdom saving throw with advantage? Because you have been forewarned.
21.
Okay.
22.
Natural 20 on the first shot, so...
Wow.
If it's an advantage...
You guys, at this point in your adventure, have seen some fucked up shit. You have seen things in the black market. You have seen humans being thrown to monsters as food. You have seen humans rip each other limb from limb due to insanity caused. This is as bad as a lot of that, but this is drawings. This is not seeing it in person.
Oh, God.
So it won't harm any of you as much as it might have.
I examined the paintings. What have they been drawn in?
Most of them are pencil, line art. Looks like she may have been doing... looks like she may have started work on a few new pieces. Others that are mostly finished, very, very high quality oil paint.
I'm going to take the book and then walk out of this room. What was the title again?
The title is Art is Beauty, but Beauty is Worthy Art by Raven Kit. And it is signed. Could you give me a book smarts check?
Yes. Book smart +3. 10.
This book would easily go for 500 gold.
What's the scent of the room?
Give me a perception check with advantage.
Oh my god. rolled a 1 there, so 20 21.
+4.
21. You don't really recognise the smell. I mean, you're going in there thinking it's going to smell of blood and sweat and fear, and there is definitely a tincture of fear in the air. That kind of mixture of sweat and panic leave behind a trace.
Could I roll a street smarts to see if I pick up on anything?
Sure.
This place is immaculate, and yet surgical.
18.
18. Looking around, again, you don't find... Like Zed, you don't find what you were expecting to find. Traces of blood, traces of viscera. It's too clean. You've seen this once before on your way out of the Nesvetian Empire. This is the kind of room someone who is used to inflicting harm cleans to the point when there are no traces. That's why the only thing that Zed can detect is the smell of fear, because the smell of blood and urine, and quite frankly feces most likely, has been washed out. This is professional to an extent.
I look over the desk. They must have, even if they've cleaned this place properly, there must have been a way to move the body quickly without causing stain to the rest of the house.
Simple. I take my sword and hold it over the candle.
You cut you cut it, but at the same time they perform surgery, they will still have had to dispose.
Cauterize.
What, cauterize an already operated body?
They weren't operating. This was torture. This was someone who's gotten some kind of pure pleasure out of making someone suffer.
Hmm.
The drawings in here tell you exactly what was done to people, and I will happily leave that to all of your own imaginations, because what I'm imagining is probably worse than what you guys are imagining.
I'm going to go and sat in the master room on the bed and just skimming through the book. I'm trying to find out if Raven Kit's into this sort of shit. Just skim, read,
The
skim.
book is poetic, beautiful. It details how the sight of a summer morning can bring out such emotions in the human mind and the mind of any sentient creature, and even beasts, to the point that it will bring peace and happiness to one's soul. It is as innocent but critical as you can imagine.
Alright, well that's something then. I don't think Raven Kit's into the same thing his fan is clearly into.
Well, that's good.
I mean, to be honest, looking at the prints, looking at the reproductions versus the ones that this woman has clearly painted in the room, not in the actual bedchamber, the ones by Raven Kit tend towards. There are a couple of portraits of people who you don't know, but there are also a lot of like landscapes. No still life, like none of the typical artwork of like a bowl of fruit.
But
It's
nothing that would indicate a disturbed mind.
beautiful painting of birds in flight. That's probably one of the nicest ones in this room.
Okay. I don't think Raven Kit's into the same thing.
Oh, sleep.
And took the book into my bag with all my books.
I'm just still looking at the surgical equipment and just having a really bad gut feeling at the moment because of how well maintained they are.
Yeah, this is, to be honest, these are as maintained as you maintain your weapons. And out of the party, you maintain your weapons the most, because obviously you've got your hidden blade, and
Yeah,
you've
got the oil, and
you have to do specific rituals over your sword and dagger to be able to perform the rituals you do for the magic breaking.
This well explains the note we found in the other room. I think we'd best hand that. I'm sure the paladins already know, but we probably ought to hand the note over to them.
If something's been that well maintained, then this person could still be around.
Well, she was conscripted into the.
Was she? Ah, yes.
Yeah,
The
I think.
law mistress was executed.
Sorry, the
Of
law mistress has been
course.
executed already.
You're right.
What is that, sorry?
You're right.
Yeah, what, did I miss something there?
No, I was just saying that this explains the note we found,
Yeah.
and I was just saying we should probably hand that to the paladins on our way out.
They know something.
Oh, I know they know, but the more evidence they have to try and find whoever she was doing. One of her victims must still be alive. She left a note for him.
It's the fact that if they knew about this particular bit, it's been left in an immaculate condition.
There's nothing else to do with it.
But you would. But surely, for someone who's been, if this is from the Law Mistress, if it is, surely the Knights and Paladins of Bane would have wanted to get rid of this ring. Done something.
I don't know. I don't want to stay here.
You and me both.
Why didn't they tell us about this?
Let's make us see it on our own. We're so gung-ho that no one deserves to die.
And I guess some things for the Knights of Bane is their business. I mean, I've got to say that Knight Commander Timothy didn't exactly pry too much about our business either.
Didn't they say that they burned her?
Yep. Alive.
I don't want to be here any longer. Do we need to be here any longer?
I think we've got a good amount of idea of what's been happening here and what has been collected.
Have we visited every room?
That is every room visited.
I look up. Is there an attic space?
There is a hatch up to the ladder up there, and there is a ladder attached.
I quickly move up and
It's open.
I open up and just peer in.
There's nothing to see in here. It looks like it's been used for winter storage, clothes, that sort of thing. There's nothing in here. It's just empty, hollow space.
Marty's?
Mm-hmm.
Can we leave? I really don't like it here.
I've got no more business here, so...
There's nothing further I wish to see. However, I will say a quick prayer over the death room.
Yeah.
In a kind of consecrate. Well, I can consecrate, but should I waste a spell slot?
Well, if you consecrate something, that turns it into a temple.
No, it's not. I can exercise. So if there's evil, I can exercise. Evil spirits be gone.
Yeah, if any of the Lunar Pantheon were going to have that room as like a room of their faith, it'd be fucking Malar. It would not be Fenris Ulfa.
And we've dealt with that.
Yeah, you dealt with that.
That Saladin takes solace in this. Whatever was happening here is no more.
Yeah.
There's only one person it could have been as well. What was she? What was the Lord Mistress? Was she elf, orc,
Looking at the paintings, human.
human?
Assuming that is her.
Was there anything else found?
Where? What was that other room?
What, the attic?
Hmm?
There was nothing in there.
No. The room you went into.
Oh, it was just a guest bedroom. We found. Actually, I'll just hand the note over to Narlock.
Yeah.
I was going to hand it into the Paladins because I don't know. I don't want it.
The note reads, same time next week, and don't tell your mother, she just won't understand.
Wait, she had a daughter, a son, a what?
I think she had victims, Narlock.
She was doing something to the children.
Oh.
She was doing that to the children and just point at the room.
I mean, every one of those paintings is of a young boy.
But I don't want to be. Let's just give that note to the guys downstairs and let's get out of this town.
What was the clothes were fancy, weren't they? Were they her clothes or were they clothes for the children?
They were clothes of young boys. Very, very fancy, very, very expensive. Saladin, you can just walk out, obviously.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take the note back from Narlock and just walk downstairs. I'm going to wait outside, guys. I can't be in here.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah.
Maybe the people of this town deserve to know.
Okay. Do you all head out, or do people... So, Saladin and Roboto, you two are outside now. As you come outside, a couple of the knights are there waiting for you. One of the one you recognise from yesterday as being another half-elf like yourself is actually there with a blanket, offering to wrap it around your shoulders.
No, thank you.
No worries. Would you like some water? I know it's a bit of a shock.
I'm fine. Is your commander here?
Just here.
Paladin, we found this as we were looking around. You probably already found it, but if not...
We didn't find this, no. We searched her rooms and the secret room, and that was enough evidence for us.
I took some of the paper out of the room, a major need paper. I assumed it didn't matter, sorry.
It may as well go to use, and to be honest, that leaves that room open for when we do our... It's not the hard word, but I wouldn't call it the kind word.
It may be worth telling the parents what may have happened to their children.
They already know. We made sure of that. Every adult in town has been paraded through that house.
Then... But you didn't find that note, that means one of her victims... I mean...
We will look into that. If it's who I think it is, they are safe in Brayla. They were taken in by some of our senior officers, as were many of the victims who came forward with evidence against the law mistress.
Okay. Well, we'll be getting gone soon.
Sorry, Jenny.
No, go on.
No, so what was her defense?
Quite frankly, I can't remember because I didn't spend time listening to her. It was obvious what was happening, and it would be a sham of a fool to even attempt to put her in front of any kind of trial. The strong... I don't know what your own faiths call, but my own one states that the strong do not only have the right to rule, but the responsibility to rule, and to rule well. A ruler like that has no reason to live.
Same. I kind of think even Fenris, even this is too cruel for the god of cruelty. At least that's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure if I get a kind of inkling in the back of my mind.
You know that it is not only cruel, but it is unnatural. It is... The cruelty of Fenris Sulfur is not wanton cruelty and harm to others. It is the cruelty of looking at a mother deer and its baby and knowing that one will die at the end of winter. It is cruel, but it is nature. And if things are lucky, it is the mother that will die and the child will live on. That is genuinely something from a lot of nature worship.
I know, you're just bringing up Bambi.
Oh yeah, shit, I am!
Yeah, it's very good.
I didn't even realise it was referenced Bambi.
Bambi culture.
I think I'm going to go and get the horses and the cart and just wait.
One of the bullets goes with you. Make sure you're not mistreated by the locals.
I don't think there's anything further in this town. We will please give our regards to Paladin. Is Paladin Tim here?
Paladin Tim's there.
Okay. My regards for your hospitality.
Absolutely. I hope that my other compatriots won't obviously turn you away, but I do hope that they will be as friendly to you when they see my signature.
Your hospitality has been appreciated.
I don't say the blessing like I normally do because I know it's a bit more touchy with this one, so I just give the...
He seems appreciative of not mentioning another god in his presence, and he doesn't mention Bane, but gives you a similar bow. Actually quite similar, but, like, not the same, but probably from a very similar origin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that actually would be. It'd be fucking similar because Richter would have definitely taught Fenris how to bow. Sorry, just a weird thought.
Yeah, but the thing is that Fenris probably wouldn't have bowed anyway.
No.
He knows how to, he just doesn't do it on
But
principle.
that knowledge would have been passed down to his own worshippers. So the bow of the worship of Bane is probably quite similar to the bow of those who worship Fenris.
If he was to bow, he'd get down on all fours and howl.
If you wish to show respect, show them your neck and look at the sky.
If you wish to show them you really like them, piddle on them to show ownership.
So, unless there's anything else the party want to do in town, you are escorted to the edge of town. I will do a little bit with Paladin Tim at the end, but anyone who uses crossbows, there are 10 crossbows ready for anyone who uses a crossbow.
Bolts, you mean?
Bolts, yes. Each bolt will do an additional 3 points of damage.
Nice.
Okay, so will me and Roberto take 5 each?
You and Roberto taking 5 each, was that?
Oh, there's 10 for each of you.
Oh.
Oh, right, okay.
How many crossbow braces there were, and basically put an extra one on each.
Wow. An extra +3. That will really come in handy.
Right.
So Mackie and all of that have been reshoed.
Cal's just nipped to the loose.
Yeah.
I'm assuming all our animals have been reshoed, yeah.
Jenny, what's your character going? What's Selden going by again?
At the moment, Celia Sparklehearth, but I might change that up. Basically, something's occurred to me because I'm carrying this dagger anyway. and they can tell I'm a Belmont anyway, then why are we trying to hide that when we could make it easier for ourselves?
Just go by name.
Oh, I was thinking Celia Belmont, because that wouldn't be too hard to explain away on the writ of transit.
Possibly, but it depends on who knows the family tree.
Hmm?
The Belmonts are leaders, therefore anyone they know is like a what's the word? What's the term? The study, the genetic importance study called genealogy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Belmont is important, yes.
So people might know the family tree. So if they spot someone whose name isn't on it,
Then you just have to tell them, descendant of Rupert.
Illegitimate daughter of Rupert's. But I can go one better. I do actually know the family tree.
It's not exactly illegitimate because he did marry.
He just didn't marry my mother.
You have actually got a copy of the Belmont family
I
tree
have.
going back 1,000 years.
Oh, he did. He
I-
did, didn't he? Didn't she have the wedding rings?
They got engaged.
Okay. So still not illegitimate, I would say.
I'm still out of wedlock.
It's alright, my actual parents were married, it's fine.
Marriage is a broke. Well, no, it's not. Not entirely.
It's good to see
Oh,
you.
be very careful!
Yeah. But I think the way that a lot of people these days are saying it is it's more of a outdated concept, aren't they?
What is wedding? And marriage, even?
More well, since do you remember back in the day that you used to get hanged for having sex out of wedlock?
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Look at it now! Woohoo! Party time since the 20s.
I am loving that you're saying that with your fiancé sat next to you. That is bravery.
It's brave. Well, we've only been able to get married for what, a decade?
So you actually have a full history going back to Richter and Sebastian Belmont.
Am I in trouble?
No, you're right, yeah.
Sorry, Duds, you want...
I was just going to say, refill.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, alright,
I'll
thanks.
sort out refills, don't worry.
Sure.
Yeah, because I think...
I'm feeling I'm in trouble.
So, do you want to pass me your glass on?
So,
One again? Kiss me.
yeah. Not saying this in front of Paladin Timothy, because that'd be a fucking stupid thing to do. But I am pointing out to the party that if they can tell I'm a Belmont... Actually, I'll wait. If they can tell that I am a Belmont anyway, why don't we take refuge in audacity? Not try and hide that I am a Belmont. Let's take advantage of that. Belmonts are important to these people. They respect them. And I can make myself look like a Belmont.
Yeah, we can kind of be like personal guard.
Just,
Well,
even if I'm travelling under an assumed name, it doesn't have to be anything big.
okay.
I'm travelling under an assumed name to check up on the paladins and the knights. I'm wondering if being subtle is not necessarily the smartest approach here.
You could also can kind of check to see how the preparations for Days Vault might be coming on.
Precisely.
We can use the names because that's what's written on our writs.
Exactly. I will obviously go by that name, but should they... like I say, I could be a Belmont travelling under an assumed name in order to check up on people.
Because at the same time, you never know, assassins.
And Paladin Timothy could tell straight away because of the dagger.
Exactly.
Dagger, eyes.
The dagger. You can tell straight away because of the dagger and my eyes. Apparently,
Sorry,
it's very distinctive. You're not there.
No, I'm not.
He's everywhere.
Oh, yeah, actually.
The only trait I'm missing from the Belmonts is the blonde hair, and I can change that.
A blonde Saladin, huh?
Oh yeah, I can do that really easy.
Cool. You can change it any sort of colour and style. And you
You've done it already. Didn't you do it for... You did it for, Roberta. You turned your hair blonde. And asked, do you think I'm pretty?
Oh, that was a different spell. That was minor illusion on myself.
She went full on elf.
I was trying to look like Lady Afandes.
Oh yeah, because of the
Going on and on and on about how beautiful she was, I thought maybe I could drop a hint and you might stop.
Well, and now I've discovered lots of things after that. And I pretty much have. Oh boy.
It's all right, I'm fine now.
Yeah.
I was angry and upset.
Shame.
Timothy!
Oh yeah, the turning into a turtle and hopping out.
Yeah.
Celia, I did have an idea.
Yes?
You and I need some rest. I was wondering if we hitch up your horse to the cart along with Mackie, and then the two of us can just rest in the cart on the way to the next town.
Well, can we do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Paladin mentions on your way out, travel to the next checkpoint. Which way are you planning on going? Are you heading straight for Brayla, or are you going around the outside?
We were going to go around the outside and check in with the next village along.
Not a problem. So the next village along is Kelna.
Yep.
The next checkpoint, a safe place for you to stop, of course, will be in 2 days down the road, and Kelna is 4 days from here.
Ah, excellent. Thank you.
Paladin, Timothy, just before we go, I'm sorry, terrible imposition.
Alright.
You couldn't just quickly write up something saying you confirm I am of Belmont blood, just in case anyone decides to give us a bit of hassle. It's not exactly something I'm proud of, but it could be something that helps us out on the road.
Alright. Tell you what, there's something I can do, and it's a very quick check. And he kind of holds out his hand. Would you mind?
What do you want me to do?
Just place your hand in mine. So you place your hand in his bare hand, and you feel something. It's definitely magic going into you. And then as the magic goes in, it comes out. Goes, yes, definitely a Belmont blood. So I'd be happy to write it down.
What was that?
A variation of detect. Let's call it detect lineage.
Don't know that one.
It's actually, a father.
As you say this, he takes his head up from a bacon sandwich, and the bacon.
Sorry, I love that. A really intense moment where I'm going to give you something, and it's like,
I could. Actually, Zeb was kind of doing the 1,000-yard stare because the moment he heard Kayla.
Yeah. It's like,
What?
this could be of use to you at any point if anyone ever questions the lady's lineage, and he hands you a scroll.
Thank you.
The scroll has 6 casts of a level 1 specialised spell called Detect. Basically, detect lineage. It can detect bloodlines. So, searching for a specific bloodline that you're aware of, let's say the Belmont family, you'd be able to find that trace lineage. If you were looking for the lineage of the Brightson family, you'd be able to find that. But it would also be able to be used on someone to detect what their racial lineage would be. So someone who says they're human, use it on them, and you'd know if they have a bit of orc in their history or a bit of elf in their history.
Oh god, is it Ancestry.com the spell?
Yes.
Nice.
Because of course you would intend that.
I swear, if I cast it on Roberto and it turns out he's a blue Bane.
Jerry! Yeah? Oh
You're a
shit!
stout halfling.
Then again, my mother did get around places. Why am I saying this?
I'm gonna get some biscuits real quick. Do you want anything?
No, I'm fine.
Cool.
Okay. Is that everything? Can we be on the road now and be getting away from this town of testing my belief in good people?
Yep. I've already hitched up Mac and I'm already sitting in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Mitzi's been hitched up to the wagon as well.
Try that again. You've hitched up Mac, or you've hitched up Mackie?
I call him Mackie too.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that because there's a difference. Mackie is the horse. Mac is Narlox's pseudonym at the minute, so if you're saying hitch the Mac, you just put me in the full-on S&M gear.
I'm just patching.
Oh, you love it. After what you did that night in Dale.
Oh,
Jerry.
unless it goes and fetches and does
Well,
the
no, Mac is the name of the horse. You just chosen Mac as your name. So I hitch up. And also this isn't in dialogue, by the way.
No, of course not.
So I hitch up the two horses, and I'm sat there with Tibbles, and I pull the tarp across the back of the cart, so it's lit. It's kind of it's sheltered for you too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to try and have a kip in the back of the wagon while we ride, because
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
we were idiots and stayed up too late.
You were doing a bit to help for a good cause, so Zed and I will just keep our eyes peeled.
I don't know
The
how.
master can play you a lullaby.
Actually, if we're travelling, I'm going to plonk Measley on Robato's shoulder again. Robato, help Robato. No, Measley, help Robato keep a lookout while I get some sleep. Yeah, That's a bad weasel. Good weasel. Weasel.
Sure, we'll be fine together. I just look into that sarcastic glare back.
He's not even looking at you, he's asleep.
If he bites your ear, it means he wants you to look in that direction.
Got it.
Okay, so Brayla isn't like with Glendorrel. There's not a lot of travel between villages. Zed, you would know this very well. The main travel on the roads the roads themselves were actually built by the nomadic tribes. The orcs, some dwarves, drow who would leave Drowhold to trade with nearby villages. So, although the roads have been built up over years, they are still... They're not properly built roads. They are no more than very good dirt tracks.
They're well-worn tracks.
Normally that would mean keeping a weathered eye, keeping a long eye out for bandits, or animals, or even the occasional gnoll attack, or goblin attack. Heading through now, this is not the Brayla that you grew up in. This is not the country that you remember with its vast open fields where ambushes may occasionally happen. This is organised. There are guard postings, just a couple of knights here or there, a few guardsmen stationed with them. Nothing so much that if a bandit did attack, they would be injured, but it's enough to stop. It's a deterrent.
Just before I bedded down in the back of the wagon, I cast change colour on my hair and made myself blonde.
That is it's a dye job.
Yeah, I know. It's coloured sand, so...
Yeah, no, the actual hair itself is a dye job now. So it's not that you attach the sand to your hair.
No, I know.
Oh, right.
I'm not being stupid, Cal. It's... Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it can't be a proper turn my hair blonde because I literally just use it with coloured sand, so...
So basically the hair that you have now is blonde until you decast it, and it is an active choice to decast it.
Okay, and it's specifically the same corn blonde as Lana's hair.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the exact same colourways.
Thank you.
Obviously, it's like with any dye job, eventually the roots will grow out.
No problem.
But you're probably not going to be here long enough for that to really happen.
And then I'm just bedding down in the back of the wagon, so...
I'm probably just gonna hum something when I'm riding Dandelion. Probably just a tune from home.
So, you guys set off about 1-2 o'clock in the afternoon. By the time it hits nightfall, Narlock and Saladin had a pretty okay nap in the back of the wagon. And as you pull up, you of course have your magic tent. Setting that up. Yeah, you will get a decent night's rest. Can I have perception checks from everyone? Whichever watch you are taking.
Can I use Would measly be okay to use? Perception?
Not for advantage. Means you can't offer you advantage.
No problem.
Do I get advantage for Tibbles?
You do.
Right, re-rolling that. Lucky. I do not get that ones. There we go.
13.
16.
16.
Yep. After doing lucky, I've re-rolled and I've got a 19.
Brilliant, 'cause you're using that before your long rest, so you re-get it the next morning.
Woo!
So very good time to actually get in that one.
Yay! The only good
Morning.
time.
Yeah. And Narlock.
18.
18. The night passes, everyone has a good rest. Narlock, Celadine, you are no longer exhausted, you'll be fine. For the preceding travel, list of things party members saw during the night. Roberto, your watch went quite perfectly reasonable. Nothing really happened. Zed, taking the second watch to allow Celadine and Narlock the best amount of rest. Again, nothing really happens on your watch. You occasionally hear the sound of birds, and a couple of times a few scavenger animals. Things like badgers, foxes, that sort of thing. Nothing aggressive and nothing that would cause you any problems. Narlock, taking third watch, you notice a few of the guard movements already starting up. It's still very, very early, it's still so late it's almost early during your watch. But you watch as some of the knights and guards are already out changing positions all across the roads. And lastly, Celadine. Your watch goes by again, uneventful, up until about 6 a.m.
Hmm?
So just before everyone usually starts to get up.
Any chance I could have read a book?
Yeah, absolutely. With the time that you've got, with exhaustion and everything else, you can finish a book.
I'll finish, probably not an in-depth one, yeah?
Give me the title of the book, and I will tell you if you can finish in 1 day or 2 days.
I wanted to have a proper read of The Art is Beauty, Beauty is Worthy.
That is a spectacularly easy read.
Okay, yeah. I just want to have a proper read of that before we inevitably get it sold, because it's worth quite a bit of money.
It's not a instruction on art. It's not even a criticism of art. So
It's appreciation.
it's appreciation of art as a whole, and not just paintings and drawings, but also music, poetry, writing. It's anything expressive and creative, and it's almost written poetically. The amount of passion that's been put into this book, it's not actually a very good read, I'll be honest.
I just wanted to have a read to make sure there's no trace whatsoever of him being a paedophile. Let's be honest here.
The only feeling you get from this book is someone who is utterly passionate and in love with what they do.
Okay, and you said 6 a.m. something.
6 a.m. Around 6 a.m, as you can hear movement from Roberto and Zed as they start to get up. Zed usually being the last one on watch to prepare breakfast. 2 guards with a knight of Bane approach and go, "Are you travelling, miss?"
Me and my companions are travelling, yes.
Can we see your route to transit? Is that alright?
You can see mine. My companions are only just rousing. Do you need to see theirs as well?
Just one will do. Looks at it. It's fairly obvious this man cannot read. I'll be absolutely honest. And he just kind of looks to the knight, and the knight nods. Everything's in order, thank you. So looks at the knight almost like a child, hoping to be praised, is the only way I can describe this. And the knight nods at the two of them, and says, "It's like, the roads are all right. I hope you've not been in any danger. Have you seen any aggression?"
I'm afraid that I slept through most of yesterday. I didn't get a lot of sleep the night before.
Oh, I see.
I assume I would have been woken if something bad had happened.
That's quite alright. We are doing a watch here. Will you be setting off hour or two?
We're trying to get to Kelna as fast as possible, so I should imagine we'll just eat and leave.
Very good. I don't worry about the report then. If when you reach the outpost, about 8 hours down the road, if anything happens, please report.
Okay. Should I expect anything to be happening?
Hopefully not, but we need to know if there are any attacks or bandits.
Has there been any trouble on the road since you arrived, sir?
Absolutely none. Not since we initially started, of course. There was some pushback from local bandits, but we dealt with them quickly.
Well,
Sorry.
you're clearly doing a very good job then.
Oh, thank you. And he takes the 2 guards, and they start marching away. You guys all right?
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, my brother's just upset as Jelly hasn't set.
Where's Chris?
He's just in the kitchen.
Okay, cool. Can you still hear us?
Oh, stop pointing!
So, carrying on, waking up in the morning, I assume you tell the party.
Yeah.
Oh.
The guard, a couple of guards and one of the knights came and checked my writ of passage just before you woke up. He said that if we have any trouble on the roads, it's about 8 hours to the next outpost, and he said if we have any trouble to report it in to the knights there. But he also said the roads have been fairly safe, so...
I've not seen anything happen on my watch, so hopefully it should be smooth sailing from here.
Until we get to Kelna. Okay.
Are you
Well-
feeling a little bit more refreshed?
Yeah. I'm feeling a lot better today.
Good.
Today is another day. Barnabas, Zedric, Macruxpin, Celia.
Celia.
Barnabas.
Just reiterating the names to myself so I don't forget.
Yep. Celia and
Me. Got them written down as well. Have you got Pepsi there?
Nope.
No, look, could we pop this book into the safe at all?
Yes.
The 500 GP one, because it's way too expensive for me to be carrying around just in my book bag.
I open up bag of holding.
Oh, I meant in the safe.
Oh yes, yeah.
Safe.
You see it in the cart.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Installed.
oh, that one.
The one you had installed specifically. Right. Art is beauty, beauty is worthy art.
Oh, right. Yeah, we had to remember how to do it, didn't we? What was it? Flick something, press something,
We
hold it.
have to, but Narlock can open and shut it at will.
Yeah.
We have to. He can do it at will.
No, we have to remember how it's done, though, don't we?
We do, yes, but we don't. But Narlock doesn't have to.
Safe, 2 doors. Key and combination and pull pin and button.
Yep.
So you put the key in, then you enter the combination, then you pull the pin and you push the button, hold the button in, open the door, let the button go. If you get the combination in the wrong order, flashbang, try again. If you get it wrong again, crossbow bolts times 4.
Key to the combination, pull the pin, push button, button.
Yep.
And then, on the side note, pray.
Let's get on the road. I don't like this country. Well, that's not fair. I don't like the people here, but that doesn't mean they don't deserve to be helped.
If you think that one was bad, I only fear what the next town will bring.
Perhaps they'll be really nice.
You gotta see him grimace.
Yeah.
I just sort of turn to Celadin and just sort of say, I remember what the blacksmith said. I know he feels that they're sort of more deserving, but again, blurry lines.
Everyone deserves a chance to live, and if we stop thinking that, then I don't see the point of us being here at all. Not that woman potentially, but I don't know. I have to keep believing that people are basically good, otherwise there isn't really anything worth believing in. So let's keep going, yeah?
Okay. Carrying on.
Sorry, my room's just giving us the evils because we had takeout. He's an apple.
Okay, so travelling further down the road, when you get about 2 hours along, could Zed and Roberto give me perception checks?
Six.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, two
That's
big-
perception.
Perception.
Advantage.
Yes.
I'm really glad of that because on every advantage I rolled a 1.
Bloody hell!
Whoa.
Yep, so that was 19.
19. Scanning the horizon as you go, Tibble's next to you, Narlock in the back as usual, Celadine on your right, Celadine on your left, Roberto on your right. You can make out something on the horizon, not exactly on the horizon, but out in towards the field a little bit, and another hour's travel, it's getting bigger, and at about 4 hours into the journey, you can see if what it is. It appears to be a very simple orcish gravesite.
Is it gravesite?
Narlock drops his crossbow.
Should we stop?
Could we?
Of
I
course.
just go into my pocket and hand you the amulet of protection of the Orcish goddess. That was in the safe.
I
That
Hmm.
I think belongs. I think that belongs to their chief, and I think if we find her here, it should go with her.
Zed,
Yeah?
give me just give me a roll.
9.
You recognise the craftsmanship, but you don't know who wore it. But it is from your tribe.
I kind of. I know about this. Is this the god that you sent me bits about?
No. So Luthic is the orcish goddess of motherhood, protection, and basically she's like the kindest of the Orcish.
As you clearly doesn't belong to my mother.
It is commonly worn by women and children as a symbol of protection. Can be worn by some elder as well. Basically, Luthic is the goddess. She is the bride of Grunch, who is the creator of all orcs. The god I sent you two information about is the orc god of death.
Okay, so you stop outside the graveyard.
Looking across it, it is simply made. There are no bodies buried here, as is orcish way to cremate their dead. Actually, as you two would know, out of fear of the spread of disease that comes with the orcish god of death. Looking here, you see about 20 lay markers. Basically, this is where they fell. Remember this.
They don't have the names etched into them, do they?
In Orcish runes. Who speaks Orcish here? Obviously, you two do.
Me.
You.
I think I might, but that's on my old sheet. Just see if I can find it.
Okay, Dudley can have a good go, because isn't Dwarvish very like Orcish?
It uses the same script, but Dwarfish is like a combination of Orcish and Dragon. So if you've got Dwarfish, you could make a rough attempt.
I think I've got the old character sheets somewhere else, but
That's alright, we can sort out your languages later. We know you speak Dwarfish.
definitely.
Do you not have it on your sheet?
Not on this one, no. I didn't actually write that down, I don't think, because I know I had it on the old sheet, but
It's alright.
it's alright.
Can I tell that Zed is looking at the names?
Give me an insight check. If you don't have the insight as a skill, it is just for
I
wisdom.
actually do.
Fantastic.
None that 20.
Zed, are you attempting to hide that you are looking at the names?
I'm glad you can see I'm stepping between them and just glancing down as I go.
Can I quietly go up to him, put my hand on his arm and say, Zed, are there names you need help finding?
I just want to know that they're not here. I have to bring up my own backstory now.
I have made notes.
Are there names that I can help you look to see if they're here or not? If you'd rather not, I don't have to.
Well, now I have to find them first.
I just meant there's like 20 odd graves here. I didn't know if you wanted a bit of help looking.
Just Shell, Umug, Lob.
Shell, Umok, Lob.
We'll all take it. We'll all take 5 each. See if we find the names.
Did I miss something?
No. Shell, Umog, and Lob.
Shell, Umog, and Lob.
Okay. Everyone give me an investigation check with the exception of Roberto. We're going to assume you don't have Orcish just for now.
Yeah. Or maybe roll disadvantage as an attempt?
Yeah,
or...
go on, roll disadvantage.
What does investigation roll?
Intelligence.
Intelligence, thank God for that.
+1. Well, 16.
8, 9, 10, 11.
11's a baseline pass.
Oh no, just, could have been better.
I rolled a 16. The other one would have been a nat 20.
Too bad.
Oh, well.
What about thoughts?
11. Not good.
Is this investigation?
With advantage for you.
14.
14. Norlock and Celadine, the two of you looking around, you can read names, but you don't find any of the names that Zed mentioned. You find Grenla, Tubor, Shanae, Tukal. Roberto, you do find Shell and Lob. And Zed, you became slightly distracted after finding the etched name of Tashel.
It's clear over here.
I found 2 of the names that Zed mentioned. Found a shell.
Yeah, you found Shell and Lob.
Lob. Just sort of like, Lob.
He's kind of looking down over another one at the moment, and he's just not saying anything.
Zed? Zed?
See him just hold out the necklace and just drop it. It doesn't matter. He turns back. Who did you find?
Roberto found 2.
Shellob.
That's sad. Right.
At this point, Narlock will say something in Orcish to Zed.
Hmm?
I believe this calls for a battle cry to declare they will not die in vain. We won't let this happen again.
He can't. That's not. You can cry if you wish. I'm not permitted to shed tears for them.
Not tears, battle cry.
If
It's more to say I'm not permitted that honor. He kind of raises his hand and he chants a prayer over the graveyard in the White Wolf's words and Tybalt's howls.
All right.
If I may, Zed, if you're not allowed to weep because Fenrisilver thinks it's unnatural, then he's entirely incorrect. There's nothing more natural than to weep when you are in grief.
That kind of just lets out a bit. You know, one of those. It's more like it's not a laugh of derision. It's just like,
Oh, my sweet summer child.
yeah. It's like it has nothing to do with the White Wolf.
Oh.
I'm not permitted to answer that, to weep or to grieve for them, for they are no longer my clan.
Oh. I'm very sorry.
Okay. I just moved back towards the car. There's a lot of ground yet to cover.
Now, I looked up this little bit of lore. It's more to orcs than half-orcs, but not unheard of, to declare it almost like a state of war, but as a, you will not die in vain. But when you say the message, you sort of breathe in and scream almost like a lion roar.
Yeah.
As loud as can be heard. So he just stands in the middle of the graveyard and just goes, and then belts one out really loud.
That's kind of gripping onto his sword and just.
Yeah.
I said, "You also, Cal, cruel."
Yes. Yes, I am.
Shall we have those lunch boxes that Fosco made for
That
us?
sounds like a good idea.
That'll cheer us up, won't it?
Oh, you ate those days ago.
Did we?
Yeah, they would have gone off by now.
Oh, okay, sorry. They're already gone then.
Yeah, they were like one day.
I certainly wouldn't want to have Narlock running at me with that kind of roar. Holy shit.
So, carrying on your journey, nothing happens for the rest of the route.
If it makes it any better, I will just say to Zed, if it makes it any better, we didn't find Umog.
No, makes sense. Cookie doesn't go down that quickly.
Cookie?
Never did. Yeah, he was the camp cook.
Ah.
He liked to be called Cookie.
Well, he's not there. Perhaps he's in Drowhold. They said they sent everyone who was surviving to Drowhold.
To get to Drowhold, you'd have to pass this way back through Kelna. I hope they're not there.
Well, can't know unless we get there, can we?
Okay.
Mhm.
That evening, you camp up outside a small encampment of Knights of Bane. They're not as pleasant as Paladin Tim's battalion, but they are quite happy to take your rites of transit. They're more than happy to see that you are travelling with a Belmont.
So they do query that then.
They spot you and just like incognito.
Thought it best to check up on everybody.
If that's the case, I would recommend avoiding Lostvolf. They're not very accommodating, but we give them a wide berth due to their connection with allied deities.
You are doing your duty admirably, and I shall, of course, report it back to Grandfather.
Very happy with that.
Yeah.
Jenny just making a vomit sign.
Yeah. I spend the evening and night a bit apart. It's more in prayer with Tibbles.
You feel presence near you while you pray. Not a presence attempting to commune with you, but to console. You do feel the usual presence of Fenrisulfur, the hard, difficult to please attitude, softened just a little bit.
I kind of think he knew.
There are three more presences. Just paying attention to you while you pray. Two of them feel feminine in nature. You don't recognize either of these feelings. One of them reminds you a lot of Roberto, to be honest, but female, trying to cheer everyone up, trying to go, you know what, it sucks, but hey, look at this party trick. It's that sort of essence to this feeling. The other one is calmer, more doting and patient. It's almost the counter to Fenrisulfur, who is naturally impatient and harsh. And there's a fourth on your periphery. It's not approaching as the others are in a way of kindness, but it is watching and waiting. That's all.
While he's been praying, I've been sitting on the other side of the cart, just sort of like if he's facing one way, I'm on the other wall facing the other way. And just say, I know that we aren't supposed to talk about this kind of thing, and we won't, but we're all here. If that's clan enough for you, we're not going anywhere.
I know. He just doesn't say much. He has got a lot on his mind at the moment.
Yeah, Narlock's not expecting him to say a lot, but just a little consolidation.
You
I
You don't have to be involved in this. Is there anything you would like to do during the evening's rest?
Any chance I could read another book?
Yeah, what do you want to read?
Trying to see what else I've got here. You know what I would like to read?
Mm-hmm.
How about Dancing with the Devil, Infernal Etiquette? And can I have some sort of bonus from that at all? At least be less putting my foot in my mouth should I meet another tiefling?
So it's not necessarily about tieflings per se. There is mention of tieflings in there. Primarily, what it's about is if you are dealing with a devil, how do you actually behave? How do you talk to them?
Oh, fair enough.
And a very strong, clear difference between devils and demons. Due to something you actually didn't know previously. Zed would have known about this due to his time in education in the church. Demons and devils are completely different things within the Dungeons and Dragons universe. Devils basically being the antithesis of gods.
Okay.
Whereas demons are primordial, monstrous entities that try to claw their way out.
Oh, great bedtime reading.
Oh yeah, it's fucking fantastic. It's actually so good. Give me a wisdom save.
Why do I ever open my mouth?
Like, the devils are the rulers of hell and the demons spawn.
The demons are the abyss, which is different to hell.
11.
11.
I have some nightmares.
You don't sleep too well to the point where you actually do finish the whole book. And it mentions guardians who you may invoke against devils and demons.
Okay, that's good.
The unfortunate thing, you quickly realise that when dealing with demons, the best 3 to enact are the dead 3.
Bane and his 2 mates.
Bane, Baal, and Merkel, whose reside sits directly above the elemental chaos.
Slam the book and shove it right into the bottom of the bag.
I am sorry that is genuine lore. One other one is actually, no, she guards against devils.
It's fine. It's like when you read a Stephen King book too late at night and you know you should stop, but you don't.
I can yeah, do you know when that happened to me? The bit in the Stephen King book I got to, and when I read through it, I was like, right, well, I'm having nightmares tonight. The Green Mile, the electric chair botch job.
Oh, God, that bit.
One.
Oh, that's horrible. He doesn't wet the sponge.
Yeah.
It's horrid.
I know.
You want to know? You want to know something that really freaked me?
Go on.
Reading a book late at night. I was reading The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, and it was that scene in Moria. Drums in the deep, and I just read they are coming. The light flickered, and we had that earthquake.
Oh my god!
No way. Somebody dropped something heavy down a well before that happened, because that might have caused it.
All of it took.
But I can imagine Celadine wake up and you're just stood there, you're just in bed clutching the book going...
Okay, probably shouldn't have read something about demons and devils before going to sleep. It's fine though, it's fine. They're not, well, they're real, but they're not here.
To be honest, the only reason you don't have nightmares is because the fear that is starting to grip your chest.
I don't sleep, I'm assuming.
You actually do. You actually do manage to get sleep. But the main reason you don't have nightmares is because the last emotion you had before you went to sleep wasn't fear. It was disgruntled annoyance that once again you have read a book about Bane. I'm not doing this on purpose.
Can we get on the road and get somewhere where it's... Oh god, we're in the fucking place where Bane's people are. Let's do more Zed backstory.
Oh, we'll get there.
Hey! Do you have a red list or something of books? No, it mentions Bane.
I actually do.
Reckon of Roberto, when he goes to sleep, he just starts fantasizing about potential future adventures.
You're having a good night.
Yeah. Nothing like that happens. I'm just cuddled up and I'm just
No,
like...
it's fine. We're all aware Roberto's pitching a tent. It's fine. It's fine. I've got a teenage brother. It's fine.
He pointed that joke out to me. I never got it with Crunk in Emperor's New Groove.
Oh yeah.
God.
The crotch tent.
What, the tent had no poles holding it up.
Oh, please, in the name of God, get us back on track.
Okay.
Yeah, we're back.
We're gonna pull this lever. Anyway.
So, the next 2 days of journey are likewise uninterrupted. Watchers go by without any thought or worry. The knights and the guards that patrol these streets very diligently that's just it, they're there. And that presence alone, although it puts the four of you on edge, it does mean that you can all have decent night's sleep without fear of being attacked. Yes, do the sixth.
On the day when Brayla comes into sight, I'll just like to...
Do you mean Kelna?
Kelna, sorry.
Yeah, Brayla's the capital, and you guys are way off from Brayla.
Yeah, I know, way off from Brayla. Just... from where we are, looking down on the... I'm guessing... do we approach from the hills, or...?
Not really, because they're only very mild rolling hills is the majority of Brayla. Where you guys are is actually the highest point, because it's closest to the mountain range. The Ridgewinder Mountains. But you do see it in the distance. It's a long, flat plain. You can actually see it when you're within 4 hours' journey of it.
Before we get into Kayla, do you have a specific idea of what you want to do there?
Not exactly. You said you wanted to go here next anyway. I mean, if Bolton should have said, could me and Narlock have been making up more forgeries?
Yeah, but on the journey, that's not an issue. During the nights, Narlock, could you give me 3 rolls? You get in the back of the wagon anyway, so yeah.
I've got 500 gold worth of paper, so have at.
14. 13. Okay, 17, 14, 13.
Okay, so you have 44 blank writs of transit. Well, that's fucking lucky. Make that 40, because 3 of them were a bit on the shaky side, or they were like the ink spilled because you were trying to do this in the wagon.
Okay.
Okay.
Knock off 300 gold pieces worth.
Thank you.
So, Celadine, that's all of them. These ones, I wouldn't bother. They're a bit, well, they got a little messy.
That's fine. 40's... Well, hopefully 40 will be enough. Maybe the village isn't that big. If we can just save as many as possible, that'll be enough, won't it?
Yeah. Kelna's not that large. It's quite rural.
So in terms of we wanted to do,
sorry, go on.
in terms of things we wanted to do, I wanted to give as many people as possible writs of transit so they can get away.
If they're still there, you can search for the blacksmith. He was good. Isman. And if she's still alive, Cynthia.
Smith, Ismam, and Cynthia.
Smith. Yeah, the Smith. Yeah, Isman is the Smith. Or he was an apprentice when I was last here.
And Cynthia, did she have any particular position in the village, or was she just...
She was a weaver, but be warned, she's got a tongue on her. And it might be worth us entering the town separately this time.
All right.
This one specifically, if I enter it, all hell may break loose.
You specifically, or all half-orcs?
Me specifically.
Why?
Let's just say I've got history here.
So, another person that kind of had to leave their own home for reasons. At least I'm not the only one.
Are they... Is it like in Brayla where they'll be funny about all of us, or...
I don't know how they'll treat you if they know you're with me.
Zed, if it would help, I think I can make you look like someone else. I think.
I kind of pray to, just utter a prayer to Fenris. Is honesty the best policy here?
Confidence. That's all you get. You're praying to him in the middle of daylight.
Yeah, in day. So yeah, if it's you're stretching an arm out here.
You are in his country, and it is coming up on full moon, but it is during the middle of the day.
Yeah, it's strength. So I will go as myself. If I was found to have snuck in to this village, it'll be a whole lot worse.
Alright. Does anyone want me to do a change on them before we go in, or...?
No, I just stand up already in the human outfit again.
Yes.
Already done.
So I don't know about their reaction to all half orcs. Just be aware. The mayor, if he's still the mayor, is Mayor Atherton. And beware, and I pray that the guard captain is not still here. He's no. You kind of see him grit his teeth and say menacingly, his name is Henshaw.
Okay. With all that sorted, as you are within an hour of the village, the guard postings are a lot more regular. You can see a large encampment of the Knights of Bane, or the Knights of Belmont, as they keep being flip-flopped by me.
Same
Just
difference at this
out
point.
the side of the village. The village is... There are a number of houses within, but in terms of actual communal buildings, there are not many. It's bigger than the previous village you were in. It's definitely bigger than... It's probably about half the size of Denethor. And as you're within about half an hour, the guards nodding to you as you approach. None of these you recognise, Zed.
Yeah. No. So are they all Paladins of Bane?
They're all Knights of Bane.
Yeah. I'm like.
Then,
They're guarding the outside. Who's guarding the inside?
then, when you're within 10 minutes of the city line, you finally see a face you recognise. Captain Henshaw, head on a spike on the edge of the city walls, surrounded by 49 other heads. Many of these you recognise as members of his troop.
Zed's kind of just stopped looking. You know that scene where in most animes where the jaw just hits the floor and the eyes pop out.
How's that for something you weren't expecting?
Yeah.
Someone's going to hop off her horse and go and be sick in a bush.
That's fair. As you do one of the Knights of Bane, like, "Are you alright, miss?" It's a female from the voice you can't see because I fucking help.
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's alright. That's you on the back.
I think I'll go...
It must have just been the food that she ate before coming here. You know. Sometimes the rations don't quite agree.
She nods and just watches you back onto your horse.
So Zed just starts growling in Orcish. May the wolves drip your innards for eternity in the fiery pits of hell.
Those of us who speak Orcish.
Yeah. You just heard snarling and guttural, like, curse. You know it was a fucking curse.
If I was to say it in the Cybertronian, whenever they swear, it's sort of like Orcish, Sifu Male!
Oh. I am keeping my eyes fixed dead ahead at a point on the horizon and not looking at the things that can look back.
Entering the main town, you do enter via the southern edge. And as you get inside...
Should we split off a little? Like, ride, like, a minute or so ahead of each other, or...
What does the party want to do?
It's with him gone, it may be a little easier to communicate. He led terrible charges against my clan.
Oh.
Zed, I just popped my head up the back. You never stopped to let me off. Oh wait, no, shit. I was off because I was with Saladin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hopped off. Sorry.
Right.
Strike that, reverse it.
Well, if I go in first and they treat me badly, I can shoot off, and then you can come in as if you don't know me.
Okay, we'll ride a little way behind you, but not far.
Okay. Going in first. The rest of the party's slightly behind. How is Narlock going in? Because Narlock doesn't have a horse.
He's riding side saddle with Saladin.
If Saladin, if the horses are at a canter, just at walking pace, I'll just keep up with them walking beside them.
Yeah, because there's no.
I was going to say, could my horse actually hold both of us?
Yeah. She would not be able to gallop and do it for long, but yes.
That's fine.
You can see only on this little horse.
Well, yours is a fucking pony.
It's fine.
It's a nice pony.
Yeah.
No, look, you hop up and I'll ride behind you. There.
Not as nice as fucking glue.
Like that in class.
Best pony.
There.
Right. Okay. Zed, the town looks exactly the same as when you would come in from time to time. On the main entrance to the right, you see the storehouse, a general goods store run by local people. Nothing particularly interesting. Nothing. Only the occasional interest for you and your clansmen. Directly ahead, you see the guardhouse. You know this building well. The amount of times members of your clan were dragged here for just being orcs, to be honest. It's numerable. And outside the guardhouse, you can see dozens of town guards who... These are the ones from before Henshell's time. They weren't too bad, a bit standoffish, but they were alright for the most part. And they are now interspersed with fully plate-mailed Knights of Bane and Belmont. These are slightly differently dressed than the ones under Tim, who were very simplistic in how they wore. They only wore their armour, and if they weren't wearing their armour, they were wearing rough-spun tunics, leggings, boots, that kind of thing. Very, very simple. How you would expect, probably, people who are being trained as paladins rather than as knights. These, though, the armour is, as always, utilitarian for the Knights of Bane. But you can see finery adorning each one. Long blue cloaks or capes clasped with symbols of Bane. You can see some helms have a bit more finery to them. Nothing too ostentatious. We're not talking gold, but we're talking like brass rivets and formations that give it a bit more decoration, while not reducing the efficiency of this armor.
Okay. I kind of gaze around. Is it like, have I been noticed?
You have been noticed. A few of the locals are looking at you. A few of them look like they recognise you, but none of them approach.
Okay. I take the cart through to the inn and see if I can get Max stabled.
Peeling off to the left, you all are following slightly behind.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of follow his direction. You peel off to the left, moving away from the guardhouse and the herbalists that you know just oh so well, with that being where Cynthia works out of. The herbalist, in this regard, you knew enough to know that her daughter was the town herbalist, and Cynthia used some supplies for her weaving.
Yeah. Gotta get flax from the cotton.
Oh, I've got something ready for that one.
Oh.
As you take the turning, you see the tavern right there. Bigger than you remember, but then again, you never really went in. But it looks well kept, clean, looked after. There are some off-duty guards sitting with Knights of Bane who are not wearing their armour. They are wearing tabards and more relaxed uniforms. And as you approach, a young half-elf girl approaches. "Are you looking at stable, sir?"
Yes, please. I slowly hop down.
Yeah.
Is there room at the inn?
"Oh, yes. If you just head inside, Mother will see you."
That's it. I toss her a silver piece.
She is ecstatic with that much money and quite happily takes Mac and the wagon away. You have caught the attention of a few of the locals, but as a couple of the guards go to stand up, clearly ready to approach the incoming half-orc in plate armour, the knights put their hand out and push them back into their chairs and just wave a finger at them.
Do you know what that reminds me of? Just a character will always happen in our Star Wars game. I bought a vial of neurotoxin that would kill someone in one go, and anytime we went somewhere, I would just go, and Tony would just go,
No.
never did get to use it.
The big monster.
Narlock, Saladin, and Roberto, the three of you peel off likewise, following in a very similar direction. You see the kind of trail that Zed is leaving of people looking, and you've seen multiple situations where a guard has tightened their grip on their spear and gone to approach, and then had a hand put on their shoulder from a plate-armoured gauntlet. Or a guard lift their crossbow, and then a paladin, again, just with their hand, push it down, or turn them away. Looking ahead, you can see a few people heading to the guardhouse. Not guards, but some of these, mostly children, for the most part, all wearing very simple clasps of the symbol of Bane. You do spot two other symbols prominent in this village, which Zed would not have noticed. Celadine, actually, can you make a perception check on those?
None that 20.
And Narlock, could you make me a streetwise on one of them?
Again, no, not 20.
Damn.
Narlock, you recognise one of the symbols. Not due to reading, but due to proximity to other people who work in a similar line of work to you. Before you left Nesvish, you knew that the worship of the pantheon known as the Dead Three was, of course, forbidden, them being quite dark gods of what they are. There are obviously better gods of what they all do. Why would you not worship them instead? Why would you worship Bane instead of Helm, for example, or Tyr? Why would you worship Merkul when you could worship Kellanvor? And in this situation, why would you worship Baal? There are no good versions of Baal. Baal is the god of murder. And a few of these children are carrying his symbol.
Well,
You recognise the symbol of Baal, but you also see the symbol of Merkul. Baal's symbol being a skull surrounded by drops of blood. Merkul's symbol being a skull in a triangle. And yes, I didn't fucking stutter. Baal is a member of the Dead Three. He covers one particular remit in the triad of Bane, Baal, and Merkul.
Baal is a monstrous demon.
He's not a demon.
I know he's a god, but he's monstrous.
Oh, he is, and is only mitigated by his two friends.
I assume that because Narlock started coughing the word Baal there, I'm going to quietly mutter to the other two, they're worshipping Bane and his two friends. The Dead Three.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
No, it's not.
Zed, as you enter the tavern, assuming your friends are behind, you do spot one thing, though. Entering the tavern, named the Sad Troll, you see a recess. Again, you've never been in here, you would never expect to see this here. And clean, pristine, and beautifully ordained are the four symbols of the Lunar Pantheon. Fenrisulfur on the far left, Elistri next to him, Saloon as third, slightly higher than the others, and slightly below her is Sehanine, the Moonweaver.
Okay, I just trace my hand over them and smile.
Yeah.
I never knew.
You are very close to the Wolven Woods here, which is one of the main places of worship and tribute to Fenrisulfur. It's where you did your training.
But I know it's abandoned now. Well, not abandoned, but...
Returned to nature.
Yeah. So, just take a deep breath. Well, if anyone remembers me, I'll be in here. Just open the door.
Yep. Walking inside. There's... Like in the last place, when you walked in and there was just silence. I know you didn't, but everyone else did.
Yeah.
That almost tries to start here, but as pockets of locals go silent to watch you enter, other pockets of off-duty Knights of Bane become louder, in order to compensate for the eerie quiet that the locals are causing. And because they're being loud while these are being quiet, it forces them to make noise as well because they're almost engaging in conversation. So there's like this weird wave of "you don't belong here" silence mixed with "this is a nice tavern, we are nice people, everyone is welcome." It's like this weird undulation.
Yeah, Zed's just stood there just like, ugh, this. I'm not sure if this is better or worse than the last place.
I'm fucking loving this one.
Oh, this is weird.
I know, isn't it?
Can we...
So the others stood behind me.
You guys have dropped your horses off with the little elf girl.
Mhm.
And have you guys given her money?
I will. I don't know what
She's a
I've got.
half elf, I will point out.
Oh, I've only got gold on me. I don't want. Oh,
Oh, I've got.
Lucky, the little girl gets a gold and a silver.
Yeah.
She'll be in pocket money for the next week.
I've got silver. I can give her a silver.
What?
I was going to say I couldn't read my own writing. I do have some silver. I'll plonk her a silver as well.
I have no silver, so I'll just give her a gold piece.
Thought you were platinum for a second.
That's her entire. That'll be more. Oh, never mind.
Do what you will.
You buy a house? You can't buy a house for gold.
No, for platinum.
I'll give her gold, but she can probably, I don't know, buy lots of stuff with that.
Oh
Lots
god,
of sweets.
yeah. Look at it this way: a pauper's lifestyle is 4 coppers a day.
Yeah, we.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, thank you.
You guys have
Thank
just
you, little girl. Don't
give me shoes.
give some of it to your mummy.
She kind of looks at you straight like,
Give some of it to your mummy. I'm assuming she works in the tavern, and we will ask. Not all of it.
oh, that's sad. Okay.
What? If she had all of it, she would have spent it all on sweets, and her teeth would have fallen straight out of her head.
You kind of see around you a few of the groups that are sat outside. Again, like before, as you guys approached, it looks like a human, a half elf, and a halfling. Obviously, there's actually a half orc, a halfling, and a half. There's too many fucking halves, you bastards! It's too quick.
There's nothing but.
Yeah. That is a really weird tongue twister. Half orc, half elf, halfling.
Hmm?
Anyway, some of the locals do, like they do with Zed, less, actually about the same level, because although there isn't a half-orc among you, as far as they know, they have just seen 3 people they don't recognise approach, and again, the knights put them down, and you actually, a couple of them kind of chuckle at you and just give you a thumbs up.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's to be expected though, isn't it?
Actually, as you walk past, you overhear one of them say, "And that's how you treat a young child. She needs to know that she needs to give her money to her mother."
Oh, thank God for that.
Not everything is Belmont.
Everything's Belmont.
Everything is Belmont.
Everything is Belmont. Everything is cool if you worship Bane. Everything is Belmont.
Oh
I
god.
can't dance properly because my arm hurts.
Aww. How's your arm doing?
It's really sore here.
Yeah.
Is that what the guards will do if they decide to try and induct us? They'll just all get up and start going, everything is Belmont.
Worship Bane.
God, if I was
We will show you how good Bane and Belmont are in song.
Okay.
Oh, the tension's broken, thank God.
Okay,
Yeah. Zed, you have approached the bar before your companions join you. I recognise you, says the drow woman behind the counter.
You do? I may have been a long time ago. Do you happen to have a room available?
She just keeps looking at you for a moment and then goes, "Is it for 4 members of the Hawkner? Or who else?"
What did she say, sorry?
Is it for 4 members of the Hawkner? Or someone else?
Four members of the Hawkner?
Okay.
That's it, no. What, 4 members? Is she referring to them as well?
Well, you said 4 rooms.
I said a room.
Oh, a room. Right, sorry, that's me not hearing it.
It might be our microphone.
I've got rooms. Is it for just you, or companions, or other Hawkner?
Just for me. I belong to no clan. I've come from Glendoral.
Alright. How long are you staying?
I'll pay for 3 nights in advance, if that's all right.
Her demeanour changes quickly at that mention. She's like, oh, well, that'll be 6 silver then.
He slides the coins out to her.
Yep, quite happily takes them and puts them in her little till. I'll get you a key. And she heads off. Around this time, the three of you approach. Again, before you go in, you clock the shrine to the Lunar Pantheon. None of you actually would know much of the Lunar Pantheon, but you do recognise the symbol of Fenrir Sulfur.
Oh, Fenrir Sulfur.
Maybe they'll be friendly here.
I'm just going to have a scan of the environment as well, just to see if there's any other interesting characters about.
Give me a full perception. Actually, could you do the check, and then could actually everyone give a perception check of something on the way in?
So, perception check.
Including me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Natural 20!
Hey!
14, not my best.
Sorry?
14.
14?
17.
11!
Right. You were busy looking at people, you weren't really paying attention on the way in. Narlock, you were just really focused on making sure that Zed was going to be okay, because keeping a real focus on him. Celadine and Zed, the two of you notice something is amiss on the way in, compared to how things were in Skarema. Do you remember when you entered Skarema and all around there were patches of walls being built? Just throughout. An aspect of the Deus Vault. There are none of those walls here. There is a wall around the town, but it's only a small bulwark style, maybe only about 3-4 feet high, that just goes around the border to show where the edges are. And Zed, you remember that these were here before. There are no 20-foot high walls being constructed.
Yeah, might be. Is it? I kind of, if they approach behind me as if they're other travellers, I kind of mutter under my breath. Meet in rooms upstairs.
Right? You are presented with your key at this point.
Thank you.
Oh, what travellers? We don't get many coming in. The drow woman, completely shaved head, long pointed ears, just kind of looks at the three of you. Is it rooms each, or anyone sharing?
Rooms each, please.
Zed steps away. Oh, you don't mind dogs, do you? Well,
Not for someone who carries the symbol of the White Wolf. Normally I'd ask him to stay outside, but if he's one of yours, he must be house trained.
don't worry, he's a good boy. I the blessings of the White Wolf on your establishment.
He is still eyeballing you. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah,
He-
I then retreat hastily up the stairs.
Yeah. Staying, how many nights can I put you up for?
Oh gosh, I'm not actually sure how long we're planning on staying.
Shall we go with two for now and see how we do around here?
That'll be 18 silver total, or 6 silver each.
How much is 18 silver in golds?
It's 1 gold, 8 silver.
I don't mind throwing in the gold, but I don't have enough silver to do. I've got 4 silver.
I'll do the same. I'll pay 1 gold and it. Let's see. What 18 altogether?
18 altogether, 6 silver each. If you want to make it a full 2 gold, then I'll throw in breakfast included.
Yeah, I get 2 of the gold that basically I got from that house and just go, okay, right, there we go. We got breakfast each day.
Thank you.
Anybody care for drinks then? If you paid for that, because we have been travelling on the road for a bit.
Oh, if we're getting drinks, can we have them taken up to our rooms? I really want to sit down for a few minutes and
Of
just...
course, let me get you your drinks and you can take them up for you.
Thank
I'll
you.
get the keys too.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, she collects drinks, keys, plonks them on for you.
Oh, we were told you've got quite a good smith in town. Could you give us directions?
Oh, absolutely. You're looking to get your horses shoed.
Well, they need a quick look over. I'm rather worried that your pony might have picked up a stone.
Oh, you better get that looked at.
Yeah, I don't like the thought of Dandelion being in pain.
Okay.
I've probably got...
Oh.
I was told a smith... Oh, I want to say Ismuth, but I don't think that's right. It was something.
Oh yeah, he's the head blacksmith ever since Jason sadly passed away.
Oh. Am I getting that wrong? That feels like that's the wrong name.
Isman?
Is it Isman?
Isman. Yes, Isman. Thank you.
Not a problem. So the blacksmith, you head straight past the lawmaster's house, and you go straight to the side of the village.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay.
Yeah.
And also, we are out here on a hunt. We are looking for different locale of animals. I'm sure your rangers might know where we can find any such things. If they do the local hunt around here, we're mainly trying to track bears, unless you can give us any leads.
No bears this far north, but if you want to talk to someone about interesting ingredients and interesting animals you might find, I'd personally recommend you go and...
So you just keep hearing the thunderous noise of kittens racing each other up and down the stairs.
I can hear that.
Yeah.
They've got all the grace of baby elephants.
I know.
Oh, is this the wee ones?
Yes, they're chasing each other up and down the stairs and making a hell of a racket, bless them.
I'd recommend you head to the herbalists. They get lots of... They usually need a few bits and pieces that you can get from animals to make up some ointments and unguents, so they might know something a bit better, but no, I can't say there's any bears this far north, and hunting wolves is exclusively illegal. I'll warn you that right now. Don't go hunting wolves.
No, I wouldn't be hunting wolves. No, there's... Well, when we were passing through Glendorl, there was quite a few in Dale who are worshippers of Fenrir Sulphur, kind of put it into us that killing wolves isn't exactly a good thing, so we thought we'd just steer clear of that.
Probably a good practice. Wolves are a good thing to have, help deal with the pest control.
I had to ask, your town guards seem very well equipped. I mean, the ones in all the armour.
Oh, they're new. They've come from the capital. They've come with their own band leader. Very charming fellow, very handsome if you ask me, even with the scars, especially for a human. No, he's over at the mayor's residence. Kind of looks over. To be honest, they turned up about 3 months ago, and to be honest, as far as I'm concerned, the town's been better for them. The old town guard's not so happy. I mean, after what happened to the bastard that they sent before, no one was really sure, but yeah, after they put his head on a spike, everyone seemed a bit more willing to work with them, and then everything's been getting better.
Well, that's got to be promising.
Yeah, it must be a fairly important town if you've got the, Are they knights?
They are, yeah. They're knights of some god, Bane.
Yeah, I saw that. You've got symbols outside.
Oh yeah, they're quite religious folks, so they preach from time to time, and a few people have opted to join. Anyone who's not joining, to be honest, if most people around here worship the Lunar Pantheon or some of the similar, and they got no issue. It's sort of a don't ask, don't tell situation. Don't talk about it too much, and vice versa. They don't come preaching in here, and I don't go out saying things about Eliastery out in the town square.
Just keep yourselves to yourselves.
Exactly. It's a nice way of doing things.
Well, I must say the atmosphere of this area seems to be rather welcoming and rather lively as well, and everyone seems to be getting on. Yeah,
For the most part, it's pretty good.
See, sorry, probably
Yeah,
ain't
it's all right.
too much here.
You're new to town, and you're. I assume you're heading south.
Yeah, we just came through the last town there.
If you're looking into bears, best place I'd really recommend is if you stop by. If you go past the old manor house on the main road south, I mean, you don't want to stick around there too long. Who knows what's going on at that place? But if you keep heading south of there, you'll eventually get to Drowhold. And they got some hunters that mostly work at night. So they'll know any decent bear spots in the southern woods.
Yes, we were told the southern woods, and heading down there past Brela, so we intend to go down there as well.
Really, I mean, best thing to do would be go around the outside, pick up anything you can find going, and then make your way back through Brela to get your trade done.
Yeah, much obliged. And I tip the hat I'm wearing. Did you ever watch Moomins?
God, years
Yeah.
ago.
You know the big kind of hat your man who always plays
Yeah, I know the one.
God, what do you call it? The harmonica?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's wearing that essentially. One of those big things.
Jazzman hat.
nice.
Big rim hat.
Yeah, like singing in Dragon Age.
Cole?
Oh yeah, just one of those. Just much obliged.
Just conspiratorially leading over. So, come on, how handsome is this band leader? You got a name? Come on, dish.
Bernhard.
Bernhard.
If I wasn't married, oof.
I'll bear that in mind. No, Saladin will not, but
There's like nothing wrong with window shopping. Woo!
just need 5 minutes, guys.
No worries. Okay, are we ready to get back into the game?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are.
Okay. So, all of you go upstairs with your drinks. Zed, you have found your room. The other three, you can see where your rooms are. What are you doing?
He's also sticking his nose out from the door, so you know which one's mine.
Yeah. Can all three of you give me perception checks?
Nat 20!
6.
11.
Roberto, you see Zed's nose.
Tibbles' nose.
Yeah, Tibbles' nose, sorry.
What? Zed's just sticking his nose out the door.
To be honest, actually, it's about eye height for you, so that makes sense.
Brilliant. Oh! Right. That's Zed's room. Hey, Tibbles.
Okay, we'll just wander. Hey, travelling friend.
Hail, companion.
Another traveller. Here, we're just having drinks. Shall I get you one?
Okay, how many more Skyrim lines are you gonna dish out? Okay, so I let them into the room and close the door.
Okay. You are all in a room that probably has the space to hold 2 people.
Oh,
But
yeah.
luckily, Roberto's quite small.
Yeah. Yeah, you're an elf.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't a good idea to do this here.
No, there is enough space for all of you. It's not like you're cramped in each other's elbow room, but there's no way the 4 of you can be in here for a long period of time.
Yeah, so I can't just lean against the door, so you see what I mean.
It seems very happy here, Zed. I mean, it's creepy because there's Knights of Bane everywhere and there's children wearing symbols of gods of murder, but it seems quite... I mean, the heads on the... Aside from the heads on the pikes, it seems really quite peaceful here.
Well, with those men gone, it will be peaceful here. They stirred up trouble like nothing I've ever seen.
We've seen quite a bit, so that must be saying something.
back when I first stayed here, my tribe had messed up with kind of made a good rapport with the town. Then they came from the capital to sum up the guard. They didn't take kindly to orcs. They basically started a rumor mill which spread hate and fear between both factions.
With both?
Humans of this village and the orc. He would go to the orc encampment and spread rumors of a potential mob, and would go to the town and spread rumors of a potential raid. Everyone lived pretty much on edge. Hence why I'm glad to see that bastard's head on a pike.
Yikes!
Yikes! Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Cal, your channel's going to remain 18 plus.
I don't get paid for this.
And now, some obscenities.
Fuck, shit, pussy ass, motherfucking damn bitch! Sorry, the juggler just came out.
Get your fucking face, Uncle Fucker! You're the one that... You're an Uncle Fucker, I must say. You fucked your uncle yesterday!
We're playing D&D!
Yeah, we are. This is still D&D. This is what Critical Role gets wrong. This is still D&D.
Yeah.
What do we actually want to do in this town? Because I'm now concerned that there's not a lot of point in this. I suppose we could give out some of those writs, but the people here seem happy. They're not building a wall. I don't think they're going to be a target.
But have you considered that it might have already happened?
I hadn't, no.
Ooh, and that, not mean to bring up unpleasant memories again, but there was a lot of heads on pikes at the entrance.
So, could we, I don't know, should we try and find out if a vault has already happened? And I don't know what to do. I don't want people to be under the banner of Bane, but they seem so happy.
It just makes me think, if the death vault has already happened here, then that means that town is the last to go, coming from Brela. Or if it's the other way around, that's the first, and this will be next.
I might be able to find out. I mean, I might be able to pull the old Belmont routine and find out if it's, yeah.
But, I will, since the town is a little bit more free-going, I'll visit some old, I'll say, friends. They were friends. But I will see if I can gather information without having to go to the mayor, because he will be watched at the very least. As will we, be likely, but it will be to a lesser extent. We are strangers in the town. But what worries me is that there are children wearing those marks.
If that's the case, then why don't you take... What do we got? We've got 40 of the writs, haven't we? Why don't... Yeah. Zed, why don't you take 10 with you, and perhaps your friends could, if they say they could do with a way out, tell them we've got more?
I'll take them, but I will be wary that they are there's a likelihood of them turning me away.
That's why I said only take 10. We've got 40. If they outright reject and if they get damaged or taken from you, that still means we've got 30 more.
I just still want to think, even though they seem happy, but are they truly happy? It's just kind of things from the last place just echoing the whole idea of join us or die.
Yes.
So I wonder if that concept's actually been put forward.
Yeah, well, the knights are repressing them. I saw it as I rode. I'm not sure if you saw it as I rode through.
Oh no, we saw.
I think we just need to see if we can do a little bit of intel gathering and just to see what the word on the town is, particularly from the knights themselves, if possible.
That being the case, I'm going to get out my history of the Belmont family and find a female name who I could reasonably speaking claim to be. If there isn't one, I'll just have to go with what I am, but... This is what I could do with a reply from Lana. That's part of what I wrote to her about.
Sorry, yeah, no message has come back yet.
No, I didn't think there would be yet.
Right. I will. It must be late afternoon, mid to late afternoon.
Getting towards night at this point.
I might be able to catch someone before they close up shop. Now might be the best time rather than peak rush.
So, are we all going info gathering and gather back here tonight?
Well, if the place is still open, I could just offer if they want to hear any music in the tavern, and then after performing, I'll just keep a keen ear out and just to see if I can pick out anything from the other tables, maybe.
Good idea.
I might just take off and meet you back at the tavern. I have an idea, but it's probably best to be alone for it.
You know what, maybe yeah. I think I'm going to go and see if I can get a bit of information out of these knights. Maybe they'll listen to a Belmont, if not... Yeah.
So we have split the party 4 ways, but this will actually work. Doing it that way.
Well, we're in a town where it's unlikely. Touch wood. That's not wood. That's wood. That will be attacked.
Well, just taps his crotch. Wood.
So, if that's the case, if we're splitting 4 ways, would it make sense if we each took 10 of the writs of transit, and if we see people looking like they want out, or people seem to be saying that they're not happy here? If we each take 10 writs of transit, then we can just subtly drop it into their laps.
In terms of names, by the way, the book ends with Rupert, so Lana isn't in there, and obviously neither are you.
No. Well...
In terms of females that you might be able to masquerade as, it has reference to a few women born around the same time you would have been, but then again, you're an elf, so you don't look as old as you are.
Alright, if that's the case, can I at least get a good feel for what sort of name wouldn't raise too many eyebrows? That way I can just make up a name that sounds about right, you know?
Yeah, in terms of names that you see, obviously, Lana, well, actually you don't see Lana, but you do see other women by the name of Lana in the family. Their full name being Quelana.
Yeah.
There's Quelog.
Mm-hmm.
So lots of Q starting names for women as well as Y sounding names.
Mm-hmm.
Yoria, Iloria, names like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're very typical human names for the most part, and yes, Dark Souls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every Belmont family member, with the exception of Richter and Rupert, are actually named after Dark Souls characters.
It is awesome, but I'm just kind of giggling because I'm very immature at the same time.
Look.
Well, Lana, I'm not going to recommend ever suggesting that you have her name backwards.
Oh, I just got that.
I'm very sorry, I'm very immature.
Oh.
Okay, so to the party.
Right, anyway.
Who's going where, and who should we follow first?
I'm gonna go through by just going downstairs, probably order a drink, and I'm gonna just play some music, just see if I can like rustle up a little bit of stuff going on.
Okay.
Just,
Give me your performance check.
and I'm gonna play with my panpipes and do something that's just classic halfling drinking song.
Absolutely.
6. 19.
19. Your performance goes down exceptionally well. People want to start buying you drinks, have requests for songs. Few members of the Knighthood of Bane start requesting songs as well.
Okay.
Very friendly for the most part. You're kind of in the middle of multiple groups. You're not really invited to any one group,
Yep.
but you are in a position where you could easily overhear a conversation for information you're particularly looking for. So is there information you're particularly looking for?
If there's any plans about what's happening with the knights, what the next movements are going to be, but I'm keeping an ear out anything to do with the Deus Vult or any implications of something about to happen.
So you don't hear any one thing in particular. All the conversations appear to be more about a little bit about guard movements.
Okay.
About maybe you should take a bit of time off. You seem a bit on edge to a few of the town guards. You can't keep going straight to being on high alert when a villager comes in. After all, how is that going to be any good for trade? So there's a lot of that sort of thing. And you do hear mention of the Deus Vult, but not in the way of it's happened or that it's going to be super recent. It sounds like they're waiting for a signal from Brayla, from the capital.
Right.
But the Deus Vult is coming. You hear a few mentions that this town is not going to go through the full vault. Small movements within. Just lots of reassuring the locals, for the most part. Okay, we'll actually go around the table in that kind of sequence, actually. So, Chris, what is Nala doing? I've got your message, don't worry.
Okay. So he's going into an alleyway.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna stand around as some people pass by, and he's just going to say in these camps to try and catch attention. God, they're kind of all over the place, these guys. You wonder how anybody gets anything by these days.
Okay. A human man kind of clocks you. He was actually just coming out the back of the tavern where you're all staying, the inn where you're all staying, the sad troll. And he goes, "You need something moving."
More information.
1 minute. And the guy leans in and says, "Hey love, I'm taking my break. You watch the bar." "Alright." And he closes the door and he offers you his hip flask. What information are you looking for? And basically it's just the two of you kind of stood at a wall having a drink, he's having a smoke. It looks casual.
So I've just come through here, and this seems way too casually quiet compared to the last place. Did something just happen, or is it gonna happen? That's what we're looking to know.
Kind of looks... Something happened not all that long ago, about 3 months. And some of the people who... I won't lie, there were a lot of people that were happy to see it happen. but the people who weren't happy to see it happen, they either got dealt with there and then, and the people that didn't are kind of keeping their mouth shut. And the people who are keeping their mouth shut, they're a bit on edge because they just know something's coming. The rest of the people who were okay with what happened, they're not scared. They're, if not happy with how things are going, they know it's not permanent. It's just for a few more months. And then things can go back to a new kind of normal. But the people who were running scared, now they're getting scared.
What about those kids, those badges? God of murder, surely that's not sitting well with some people.
To be honest, it's not sitting well with the locals, but those kids ain't local. They came down with their families from the north.
Hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah, from outside the country.
Oh, yeah.
They came with the knights. I think they're their kids.
Gotcha. I sort of pass him a couple of gold, just for your troubles.
No trouble, really. And he pockets it.
And I head off.
Takes his flask back, heads back inside. So there was something else you wanted to do, yeah? Do you want to do that over Messenger, or...?
Yeah, let's do it over Messenger.
Okay, you tell me what, I will reply with what you can find, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, Zed, what are you doing?
Okay, Zed walks down and leaves the tavern. Like just take a stroll under the full moon.
It is coming up on full moon. The moon is waxing.
Coming up.
The moon is full from the 8th to the 12th.
He's kind of just basking in the moonlight at the moment. But he follows his way through the town as he knew it, and he comes to the blacksmith.
Yeah, you make it all the way to the side of the town, and there is the blacksmith. At this time, still running, but there aren't people inside. You can see the heat of the forge and the sound of metal on metal.
Yep, that's right. Just trying to. I should know this. Why don't I know this? Okay. So I approach the opening and is the blacksmith just working away?
Not the blacksmith that you remember. The blacksmith you remember was a human man by the name of Jason, who was Ismond's master.
Mm-hmm.
The figure you see now is the short, broad-shouldered form of the dwarf Ismond. He's not really noticed you.
I just... It's been a long time, Ismond.
One moment.
Zed's backstory.
Okay. The hammer kind of falters as it goes. Kind of sets what he was doing down. And looks. I've not heard that voice in a while. If I turn around and see that it's you, there are three things that are gonna happen. I'm gonna punch you, I'm gonna hug you, and then I'm gonna ask you what the fuck you're doing back here. Is that acceptable, Zed?
Always was.
Turns around, just looks, he goes, punch first. And he punches you in the balls. He punches you with enough force from this massively shouldered blacksmith to drop you to your knees, and then he kind of hugs you around the shoulders. It's like, the fuck are you doing back here, you green-skinned scabby? What the fuck's that? And he just sees Tibbles wandering in.
Yeah, so, leave it. He's all right. He's with me.
Him a good boy.
Yeah, after he's recovered, slowly pats his man on the back.
Come on in, I'll get us some drinks like old times. All we need to worry about the old man bothering us. So, hold on. And he kind of quenches the forge. Sets, so it's on a low heat, and then sets like an iron pot on the cooling coals. Should be ready in a few minutes. And goes and grabs some stools, sets them up.
That's kind of this, doing the kind of bow-legged stagger.
Yeah, it was a hard punch.
Yeah, I don't remember it hurting that much.
Well, I've not had as much work as I have now, so I guess maybe I'm a bit stronger.
So, I'll admit, I never wanted to come back. But you could say fate always draws you back to the places you don't want to go. What happened after we were driven? I just want to get that out of the way.
A few things. There were other incidents quite similar. Not just with your tribe, but some of the others. Do you remember that Knoll pack that used to come by every so often, and they'd trade for... they'd give us some furs and we'd give them some metal and cook their meat for them?
Mm.
Well, that bastard from the capital, he set about calling them monsters. Some of the guards sided on that, clearly didn't... I know people didn't really like having them come to town anyway, because they're not like humanoids, but drove them really far south, actually hunting them, like physically hunting them like animals. There was 2 other orc tribes. They just got full on attacked. One of them ran for it, just left. Just as soon as they got hit, just turned tail and ran the other way. It was bad, and it was getting worse, and he was starting to move inwards, wanting to get rid of me, get rid of the family over at the sad troll. And then, even if you don't accept into multiracial couples, they've been a good family for years. They've been fantastic. So it just kept going, and some people stood up to him, but then when people stood up to him, they'd usually get beaten or worse. Then, 3 months ago, there was an attack between here and Kelna. From what I heard, Kelna and no,
It is Kelna.
between Kelna and then Henschel heading out to deal with the fight as well.
And Henschel, isn't that down on the coast?
No, Henschel, got the Captain Henschel.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry, I haven't got the. Yeah, understood. Yeah.
He went out, and then while he was gone, the day after they left, those guys in the tin cans turned up, asked after the guard captain, asked after the mayor. The mayor was quite happy to talk to him, told them where they were, and then 2 days later, Henschel and the entirety of the town guards were brought back in chains. They called it a trial. I mean, I guess it was. They had all the guards sat, chained together, told them all the crimes they'd committed, everything that had happened, everything that was their fault, why the town was on its last legs due to lack of trade, the constant... The constant ostracization and corruption they were bringing, the impropriety. So they gave them a choice. The first 25 that agreed to side with the knights would just be punished. They wouldn't be executed, they'd be arrested. Well, 25 of them went straight up. Henschel was one of them. He was quite happy to throw in the rest of his troop to save his own skin. Problem was, it was a trick. The other 25 were the ones that were called innocent, and they beheaded Henschel and the ones that threw them under the cart. Then there was the beheading after that, where the other 25 were all executed. Bodies were buried in graves no deeper than 2 foot, and heads on spikes. Been here ever since.
He said this. Look, he deserved it.
Oh,
Not all of them deserved it, but he did.
I agree with that. Jason, the old man that used to own the forge, he didn't want to work with them after that. He was quite happy with the us and them mentality. He didn't really like trading with orcs, as you well know. He didn't like it when you guys would come around and we'd have a drink. But when it was pointed out to him that he'd have to work with these knights, he said, absolutely not, I'll never work with you, and beheaded that afternoon.
Is it?
Others like that too, just wouldn't work with them, so they were given the option. They could leave or they could work with them, and if they still refused, off comes the head.
Yeah. From one tyrant to another. What about Corbin's family? How are they?
They were one of the first ones to side with the knights after what happened. They'd been braying for Henschel's blood for months.
So Henschel admitted it? I thought he would have blamed me.
He tried to blame you, but enough of your tribesmen were still around, and enough people were willing to listen to him. It sowed enough doubt, if you will.
Well,
That there was no way that his family was ever going to believe them that you could have hurt him.
so it surprises me that they did that. He makes a motion and unclips the front of his armor and shows him what's beneath.
I heard about that. Does it hurt as bad as they say?
It did. At the time, it did.
Oh, doing that very careful so no one knows. I like that.
But it surprises me that they even acknowledged me after that.
What surprised me most was the loudest. It was your brother. He was happy to see you go, but he wasn't happy to see your name dragged through the mud. It's weird.
So, yeah, Zed looks actually quite shocked by that. Do you know where they are now? I saw the graves on the way south.
Aye. A few of us have gone out every so often to make sure they're still tended. It's not fair that friends that we'd made got treated like that. In terms of what happened, I saw Umog recently, actually. It's not good. Apparently the old law mistress back in Kelna thought to take some of your tribesmen and some of the others and sell them.
Sorry, wrong. Is this the previous town? Sorry, because this is Kelna.
Yeah, this is Kelna, sorry.
Skarema. Exotic pets!
Oh no.
That she was burned. We passed through Serena on our way here.
I heard. But
Where were they sent?
to the capital. They line the walls now. Guards, but not willing.
Is Bears still with the tribe?
I've not seen Buzz in so long. Or any of your others. Only the ones that we helped bury. And that's about it.
I see.
He said he was headed for Braylon himself, and I've not seen him since. But I've not seen him up on the walls, and knowing what he was like, there's no way in hell he'd accept their collars.
No, he wouldn't. He reached out and pulled out. I know it seems that you still have the best interest of this town at heart. It's why my companions and I have made these. These are rites of passage for those who wish to leave Brayla, to get you out safely. These will see you to the border.
He kind of takes them off you and just looks at them. The border's a bad idea. You have to go through Skarema or out through the forests. What I can do though is I can hand these out, convince people to go to Drowhold, or if they can really make the trip, see if they can get to Lostwolf. Or actually, if they could get to Anthorestrum, that'd be quite a good route out. They've got so many little ships, no one would even notice.
We're trying. So he flashes a symbol that in the time I've been gone, I've met many. And the one who I now serve, he tells me Brayla will burn, and to save those who were worth saving. I want Kelna was my fall. I want to save that. Well, it was my fault that it fell.
It wasn't your fault. Anyone that says it was your fault's just full of enough shit to eat their own ass. It wasn't your fault. It was that bastard little scuppered piece of shite. I'm glad he drowned. No offense.
So much only half being said, it's so annoying.
I'm gonna ask Nick, how crazy is Chris going next year? Because these two are going fucking mental over here.
I don't know. I think he's trying to process it and come up with his own theory.
I'm trying to even put into my head who half these people are because it's all Zed's backstory.
Yeah, you've not met any of them. That's why I I like making sure I can spin the tale in a way that I don't reveal too much.
I fucking loved your backstory, Send, because it was structured enough so I could see the story, but there was enough room for me to really flex it.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to give it too fleshed out, because if you add too much information, it becomes hard to follow. So, yeah. I want, if I can save as many in Kelna as I can. Even, he grins. Good old Cynthia. She's still
the exact same. The knights keep going to her and saying you can't keep saying things like that, but you know nothing's going to change that one. So I think she'll be one of the first ones that gets one of these. Don't want to see that old bag get anything bad happen to her. She doesn't mean any harm. And have you seen her recently?
I only arrived this morning.
She came up with a new one for me. You know, she always used to go with lawn ornament. A new one.
What she call you now?
Pond skimmer. We don't even have a lake.
And I might pop it by and see if she still calls me one of them greenos.
Oh, well, definitely. She's not had any to say that to in a long time. I think she'll be looking forward to it.
Yes, I'll make sure to see her, and I'll visit Corbin's parents. I owe them that much.
I think they'd like that, but they're not here anymore, Zed.
Where are they?
They were one of the first to leave. They were quite happy to see Henshall get his head snipped off, but when they started saying that you had to worship their god or an aligned pantheon, they were never much into the worship of the Lunas. But I think they just made their way to Lostvolf and they've gone from there. I don't know if they're still in the country or not.
Well,
but if you go into Lostvolf, why don't you ask after them? I bet they'll someone will know where they've gone.
Is the graveyard still here as well?
Always.
I'll stop by there before we move on. I believe our next port of call is Drowhold.
Good idea. If you can send message to them before people start leaving, just let them know people are going to be coming from Kelna.
I expect we'll be gone within the next day or two.
Well,
possibly. Sorry.
Well, you need any work doing? Come on by. I'll get you all sorted.
Tell him we've got more writs if he needs them.
I get given in 10, but it depends on how. For all I know, you guys might get rid of all of yours. He spent the rest of the night with the rest of the time he'll share a few drinks and then he'll leave off with Tibbles.
All right.
And on the way he'll stop at the graveyard to see if Corbin's grave is there.
It is.
Yeah.
But it's not a traditional gravestone. It's a grave marker rather than a grave site.
He spends about an hour or two there saying, I'll message you the kind of things, but it's mainly prayers and bits before he heads back to the tavern at about midnight.
Not a problem. And you?
Me. I am, oh god, right. Still blonde, yeah?
Yeah. As I said, that is permanent until you want to decast it.
Right. I am trying to walk as much with confidence as is physically possible.
Give me a charisma check.
Oh, you know that's not a good one for me. 11.
You walk with what you think is confidence.
It's probably not, but hey.
You've seen Lana walk with it enough.
Oh, I'm walking like a drunk bitch. That's what I'm walking like.
Well, is it kind of like in Toy Story? Act casual. Do 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 do.
Wandering over towards the guardhouse.
Okay. You make your way. No one really pays you much attention.
As soon as I see one of the knights that looks, you said there was some that look like they've got like richer outfits.
There's one.
Okay.
There's one there who appears to be in very. He's wearing a blue cape on top of the tabard, on top of the plate armor. He's still in the full armor. He's got a clasp of Bane there, and then you can see that one is actually tucked under his armor, and he's got Warhammer on one hip and this massive shield that's like almost. You don't really know much about armor, but the way he's holding it's like he's not actually holding it. It's like it's fused to his armor.
Oh boy. Hail, sir.
Hail.
You seem to be doing a good job around here, I must say.
Well, thank you. You are...
Sieglandir.
Oh. Rare to see an elf of the Belmont family, but pleasure all the same. I am Knight Commander Bernhardt Belmont.
Oh, then we are related.
Indeed, if that wasn't obvious at your approach. He has got his helm, like, attached there.
Fuck, I don't want to bump into the boss!
They take a very active role in leadership.
I'm afraid only passing through sort of incognito. Because I don't look too much like a Belmont, I can get a few bits of information from the locals without them immediately going, "Oh, you're one of them."
Oh, bit of subversion, I suppose.
It's an aspect.
All right. Not sure if here's the best place to be doing it. We appear to have a good hold. Have you been by Scarema?
Oh, we did pass through there, yes.
Oh, I apologise beforehand. I've had word from there from Timothy.
Yes, it is rather dreadful. Mind, it looks as though around here you shan't be needing to do too much of the hard word.
Almost none. We had to do a bit right at the start just to get them in line.
No, I saw that.
But since then, most have agreed to at least listen and behave themselves. There's still a few members of the guard that are not wholly welcoming to outsiders, but we have pointed out that you need outsiders so that you can get some decent trade going.
Absolutely, and can't fault you on that. So, I suppose, as I say, I am travelling through sort of incognito, gathering a bit of intel,
of course.
Places that might need a little bit harder of the hard word, as it were. That sort of thing. But as I say, this town doesn't... Well, you said there's a few?
Who set you out on this task? As far as I was concerned, it was only, in terms of leadership here, there's myself, of course Timothy if you met him, and High Paladin Samson back in the capital. So who exactly set you out to come and check up on us, if you don't mind me asking?
It's really rather high up.
Roll fucking deception.
Oh god, do I actually have deception? I might. I bloody don't. Oh no.
I know you don't.
I have perception. Oh no, it's a 7. Alright. I can tell I've been caught.
Can you?
I don't know, tell me, can I tell I've been caught? I didn't want to talk to the boss.
He just gives you a look, just... No one said you, did they?
You can't blame a girl for trying to impress her parents.
Can't fault you at all. Now that one I'll give you because that's technically a truth on that.
I'm trying to impress people, and I'm not so good at the swinging of a blade or the swinging of a censer, but what I am good at is gathering information, because I don't look wholly like a Belmont.
That I would completely understand.
And I was merely trying to gather from you if there are any people you feel in this town are not wholly happy about being here. We find it's easier. I think we'd find it easier to convert the ones who are just a little unhappy than the ones who are outright racists.
As far as I know, I'm not much on the information gathering, as you can imagine.
No, it's
Much
a bit
more with
difficult to hide the Warhammer.
Exactly. But,
I really didn't want to talk to the big boss.
You were looking for one of the ones in, fluting.
Yeah, I thought they'd be his personal guards.
Why would the personal guard look any different to the guard?
Yes, I know, that's a stupid idea. Dress like your personal guard, then they don't know which one's head to hack off.
You've said it yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a stupid king who goes into battle in golden armour.
Moving on.
Oh yeah, he was a stupid king.
Oh.
Yes, he...
Dragon Age.
Dragon Age Origins, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, no one here is particularly unhappy. There are some who are not overly happy with what we're doing, but they have been offered the accord to leave if they choose, and some have taken that offer. Of course, we have no interest in having innocents who have no desire to become one of the faithful be a part of the Deus Vult. But of course, those who are not willing to change and see the error of their ways will of course have to be shown.
Of course.
But this town, it's not like with Skarema, and it's not like with, from what I've heard about Lostvolf.
Lostvolf giving you some trouble.
Lostvolf is a complex situation. We're leaving that one exclusively to the Paladins.
I see. Heavier duty presence down there, then?
No presence whatsoever in Lostvolf. Not from us, of course. Yeah, it all gets so very doctrine heavy. I much rather deal with things in a tactical light, and I think we should have units in Lostvolf, especially if we have those who are unfaithful to the Dreadlord. But apparently there is a temple there where he is named among the other members of the Dead Three as subsidiary associates of the Lunar Pantheon. So I understand it's being left to the clerics and the paladins, most likely to be dealt with after Deus Vult.
Probably best to, if it's hardly a good place for people to flee to. They've only got the ocean to get into.
Exactly, and the place isn't like Hanfrestrum. There's no real port in Lostvolf. Just a few small fishing ships.
Exactly. There'd be no point people...
I would say that if you're headed that way, though, I would recommend it. The coast is very nice this time of year, and might as well go and visit and be out of the way for Deus Vult.
Absolutely. When is it scheduled? I keep hearing...
We're waiting for the order from Lord Samson.
Lord Samson, of course. Well, that could take forever, or it could come tomorrow.
Exactly, so we have to be ready. And we are always ready, as you can see.
As am I. As much as it is possible to be while playing the spy, I suppose.
Absolutely. Now, please, don't get too involved. Of course, wouldn't want you to have to be sent back home in... I suppose military honours would be worthy, but not as a knight or a paladin. I'm not sure your parents would see that as much accolade.
No, I don't think they'd be best pleased to see me like that, no. No. Perhaps coming back with a couple of dozen medals and an iron claw.
Ah, there we go. A good attitude to have.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a fucking deception check just as an overall on this one.
Oh, please.
Because you've been doing very well.
It's a 2.
It's a Fucking 2, of course it is.
Well, come on, I said everything quite good then.
Give me advantage then.
Please, please. 2 again.
It's the night of doubles.
The dice have spoken.
Yeah, he's going to chain me up. I'm in trouble. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't
You're
have
not getting
walked
that.
off. Shouldn't have walked away. Sorry. Yes.
He seems still quite happy to chat with you, but then after a while goes, I have some duties to attend to this evening. As long as you're staying here, please enjoy the area, but I would recommend leaving. Obviously, you don't want to be in the country for too long. You don't want to get accidentally caught up in Deus Vult.
Of course not. Of course not. Do I know that I'm in very severe fucking trouble?
You don't know what part of your myriad of lies and cobweb of deceit he has seen through, and you may never know, except you.
I'm going to go back to the tavern and feel very sorry for myself.
Oh, before you leave, do you have your writs of transit?
I've got mine, yes, but it's under an assumed name.
Absolutely fine, I can understand that completely.
I do have something somewhere. Paladin Timothy vouched that I'm a Belmont, so...
Oh, it's obvious just from looking at you. You're very much like my daughter.
Do I?
Oh, a little bit.
Your daughter...
Anastasia.
Anastasia. Oh, that's nice.
It's obvious you're a Belmont. You're still sticking around him.
No, right, I shall retire to the tavern and continue to be...
I'm sure I'll see you before you leave.
Oh, I'm almost certain you will, yes. Fuck, what have I done? I'm so sorry, guys, oh God, why?
Okay. Is everyone done?
I think that's all of us. We all reconvene back at the... Zed doesn't return till about just after midnight.
We will regroup.
Exchange what information we can.
Yeah, Celadine is not coping.
I head back to the tavern and ask Celadine for 15 of our remaining writs of passage.
You have them, you can, 10, and I'll give you 5 of the 10 I was carrying, and you know what, why don't you take 20? Why don't you take 20, because I don't think it's a good idea for me to have them.
Okay, I take the 20, I roll them up, and can I see the male barkeeper?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Chris?
Can I see the male barkeeper I was talking to earlier?
You can, yeah.
I walk up to him, and I say, "Oh, sir, you dropped these when we were having our drink earlier."
I'm just gonna take them.
And I hand him a small note just saying, "Oh, and a bit of kindling if you could just chuck that on the fire." And it just has on it, in Thieves Can't Read, quick.
Kind of opens the document.
It says on it.
Yep.
It says on it, "Give to any you deem worthy of saving."
His expression doesn't change as it crumples that one up, pockets the writ. Does it? Can get this on the fire, no problem. If you need anything else being burnt, just let me know. And as he throws it onto like the fire that's burning under the oven, he just nods at you and gestures 3 fingers, just subtly.
Why 3?
He knows 3 instantly,
Right.
at least.
Himself, his wife, and his daughter.
So, Zed comes back around that time. Looks a bit weary. Is
Like you've been punched in the balls. What's wrong with you?
catching up with an old friend. he sits down and just head first onto the table. Oh, dwarven ale. not been able to handle it since we were in where was it? I forget.
So, did everyone else get anywhere?
Well, if I get one more request singing how awesome Bane is, I'm going to scream. However, throughout some of the conversations and the playing and the office of drinks, I've been able to gather a little bit of intel, which might be quite helpful. So, from what they've been saying, some of the guards seem a little bit on edge, a little bit on high alert. There's been talk that they're waiting from the signal from the capital, which means that they're waiting for the signal for Dare's Fault to actually be announced. But the interesting thing I've managed to figure out was it's going to be not full. Apparently it's in small movements, but then again, lots of conversations going on. I could have misheard things, I could have heard bits and bobs here, but I can most certainly say that they're waiting for something to happen.
That's kind of the problem with room mill searching. You get lots of information, but it's difficult to like piece it together. I love the method though.
Speaking of, we are saying all of this very quiet at the table, out of earshot of others.
They're waiting for the order from the capital.
So that confirms what I've heard, so...
Samson is in Brayla. High Paladin Samson Belmont is in Brayla.
Does that mean that they're going to be the ones giving the word to go ahead?
Yeah, that's their duty.
I got some information myself. The barkeep over there can be trusted. The male barkeep. He's the one I've just given those to. He already knows some people straight away that he can give them to. They've been given the choice to either stay and follow the way of Bane, or leave, or die. And many have chose to die, many have chose to leave, and many have forced themselves to stay. But the ones who have been forced to stay, they believe their lives in danger. And on top of that, what was it? Oh god, I was about to say it too. There is a port town not far from here, he mentioned.
And Vestrum.
That's the one. There was something else, and I can't recall. Yes, the children we saw with those badges. Zed, you may not be happy to hear they are children from the north. A lot of the knights who have come here are from the north.
But how did they pass through Glendorrel?
With their parents.
No, that's the question. How did they get through Glendorrel?
Without any of us seeing them.
They may have come from the coast.
They came. It said from the north, but there isn't a coast town to the north in Brayla. The only northern border is landlocked to Glendorrel.
Unless, of course, there's another route which involves passing through Tulok.
No. So, if you pull the
Glendorrel
map...
is directly between. They would have had to have gone through Glendorrel or via the coast. There's no other way.
Probably just...
I did get some information that Losvolf could be a good place to get people potentially out from. I'm trying. Sorry, I was so frightened. Genuinely, Cal, I've sort of muddled it up in my head.
It's alright. Here you go, dude. So you can see where Vestult, Tulok, Glendorrel, and Brayla are.
Okay.
Losvolf,
Right.
apparently there is a temple there that does have some of Bane and the Lunar Pantheon. Sorry, I started to panic because I think he was seeing through what I was saying. And
You don't think you're in danger, do you, Selding?
I don't know. I think I might have screwed up and I don't know how.
Jeez,
I was just trying to find one of the knights with the big fluted helms because I thought they were important, and it turns out I was talking to Bane, not Bane.
Benhart.
Bane. But I can't say his...
Banhart, that's it, sorry.
I was speaking to Banart Belmont himself.
Oh,
Oh,
lovely.
oh.
Yeah, so that's good. And
Tell me, did you believe that you are a Belmont?
yeah, I played off that I was.
But did he believe it?
Yes, he believed I was a Belmont, but that's not a lie.
Then I don't think that he would consider you someone to feel danger towards, because I mean, I think the only one they know that has really left the Belmont lineage is your father, Rupert.
He said that I look like his daughter, Anastasia. Can I go and check my Can I grab my book and start flicking through to find Anastasia Belmont in there?
There is no reference to Anastasia Belmont, but there is reference to Benhart Belmont. In terms of relationship, this man would be Rupert's brother, who is Benhart's. So, to Rupert, Rupert would be Benhart's great uncle. That'd be great uncle.
He's related
Great
quite
uncle.
distantly then.
Yeah, great uncle. So to you, this person would be your cousin 3 times removed. And you can see on there he married a woman by the name of Tassilia, and there is reference that she is a wood elf.
Oh. Okay, so maybe that's all he was on about. Okay. Look, from what he said, I can confirm Losvolf and Hanfestrom might be our best bets for getting people out of this country. They've got no presence in either. Hanfestrom has a lot of little fishing ships anyway, so it wouldn't be hard. It wouldn't even look suspicious if lots of people were sailing out. Losvolf and Hanfestrom are our best bets, but I think he said Losvolf doesn't even have a pier.
So Losvolf has a small pier, it does not have a port.
Ah.
Whereas Hanfestrom, he mentioned, has a port. It has small fishing ships. So we're not talking like little rowboats, we're talking about like actual sailing ships, but only needs about 3-4 people on them.
Well, relaying all this, yeah, Losvolf doesn't... Well, it's got a pier but no proper port. Hanfestrom's got a port that's built for smaller ships than we will need, but to be honest, we could get a big ship out in the ocean and do ferry runs.
Zed,
Yes.
could you give me an intelligence check very quickly?
9. What's with the low rolls tonight?
Your tribe never went to Losvolf. It's a very difficult place to get to from the route that you would normally take. Basically, you guys would get to Hanfestrom and then start circulating back. Basically, your tribe moved in a big C formation.
Yeah,
And
it would have been too difficult to cross the forest.
Yeah, so going through the forest is basically a suicide route. There has only ever been one humanoid that has ever survived that forest, and that is your god. Because that is where he was born, according to the legends. Yeah, born and raised by wolves, charisma stat of 3.
So not in the wolf woods.
No,
We're actually a few hundred miles south of the wolf woods right now.
100 miles. You're about 2 days. You can see the wolf woods from where you are, but it's about a 2-day travel. It's just such a massive forest. No, the reason it's called Losvolf is it's the place where Fenris Ulfa basically made his home before disappearing from time, according to the legends. You never went to Losvolf. It's very much a place that you make pilgrimage to, not a trade hub. The only places you really know within is like there is a temple there, but you don't really know what of because you never cared to learn. You were part of an orc community. You had your own pantheon. Hanfestra, meanwhile, was a small fishing hamlet style. So very similar to Pelennor, but a bit more built up, a bit more well-structured. It was wealthy enough, but it was completely out of the way. It was basically self-sustained, and they had very minimal trade because by the time they'd be able to get some fish to Braylor to sell it, it'd be rotten. And they did not make Sostronic.
Yeah. It's why they were always thankful for the tribes coming by, wasn't it? Because they'd offload some of their fish and then give them some nice meats. And
Yeah, Hanfestra was always friendly. One of the few places that were.
Why is your phone in black and white?
Oh, it's night mode. Okay. Guys, I kind of raise up and say it kind of tallies with what I've learned. I spoke to my old friend said that basically filled me in what happened since I was last here. How things for the town got ruined through that bastard's mechanisms. Then he was him and his guards were put up for execution after a trial. Somewhat got what he deserved, but then they imposed the law of who stay worship or leave, basically. More people lost their lives. Some of them have left. I gave him all 10 of my writs of transport, and he says he will find people who he believes are worthy, and I trust his judgment.
Sorry, go on.
No, sorry, what were you about to say?
I was going to say, if I'm right, we've got 15 writs left then.
10.
10.
I gave 20 away because you gave me your 10.
Yes, you're right. So it's 10.
Okay.
Right.
But he doesn't recommend going north. But apparently the border is suicide. You've either got the Wolf Woods to the north, when I can tell you navigating those without a guide is dangerous, or you have to pass through Scarema, which, as we've already seen, it's got a checkpoint and a battalion waiting. He recommends that you if we're going to transport anyone, they head south to Drowhold, and then across to the villages with the piers.
Then we have a plan. Get people to Drowhold, or to Losvolf, or Hanfestrum. Until I get a reply from Lana and Lawmaster Jacobs, I can't say which of the two would be a better. But I have written to both, pleading with them, can they get ships? They could anchor just off the coast, and then little ships come in and fetch people. If we do it quick, we could do it in one night even, but...
Yep, you'd have to send a lot of messages. And Bane's paladins probably will notice a heavy ship presence.
They will. But if we do this right, then they won't notice the big ship. They will notice a number of people heading towards these smaller pier towns, and hopefully they'll just think it's people trying to be out of the way. He did suggest that being down by the coast is a good place to be.
Okay. Did anyone say the end destination once they got out of Braylor?
I assume I've written, as I said, to Lawmaster Jacobs and pled with him. Dale would be the biggest heroes of the day, coming and saving all these refugees. I'm hoping that people will go to Dale and then move on from there. I don't know, I'm having to rely an awful lot on the kindness of other people, but we can't just leave people here.
No, we can't. But remember, we can't save everyone. So we save who we can.
If the worst thing they say about us is that we tried, then we have lived well.
I say we stay for one more day, gather any supplies that we need, because I believe it's getting, the longer we stay here, the more dangerous the position is.
Hmm.
Isman will now has offered his smith.
How many more of those writs do you think we can make up and then give them to the barman and your Isman?
Maybe another 5 tonight, if I'm asleep.
It's a horrible thing to have to ask of you, I know, but do you think we could get even just 5 more? At least then it would be 45 people who can get away.
Alright, I'll get my food and my drink, and I'll retire to my room for the night.
Thank you.
Okay. Give me a roll at disadvantage, if you don't mind.
That was 18. Plus 3, so that's 21. Nick, confirm that is again an 18.
He's rolled double 18s.
Oh my god, what the hell?
Nice night!
It's doubles night. Why the hell didn't we buy a lottery ticket?
God damn it, it would have been fucking poetic justice if you'd rolled less than 5 and I'd have taken away wisdom, intelligence, and strength points from you as a punishment for being so nice. But I can't, so you managed to finish 7 and get a full night's rest. Your kindness will be punished, I swear it.
17 writs of
Kindness?
You are giving up nights of rest sequentially to do something that has become tedious to you. It is continuous repetition, making everyone as perfect as the last one. Yeah?
Yeah, I will admit, yeah.
It's like in a like Paul Gruber having to make all of those forgeries and the full of Madonna with the big boobies.
Exactly. Basically, you are going to wind up in a situation. I am going to start using, because exhaustion isn't a thing in ADnD1E. That said, stat reduction is, and I will have to start imposing those if you stop looking after yourself.
Is the stat reduction permanent?
Yes.
That's why I went for 5 instead of 13, because if I can do 13, doing 5 is a lot less than that, and then I can do a handful and get some rest.
Exactly. This time what you manage to do is you manage to make 7, and you don't get a full night's rest, but you get a decent enough rest.
A decent 4 or 5 hours.
Exactly, yeah.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, does charisma become
Charisma
permanently
can be
affected
reduced.
if I don't bath?
There's a bath here, he said.
There is a bath. Everyone has had a bath. Everyone has said they've had a bath. I've made note of that. So you're lucky you just went along with everyone said, yeah, I want to.
Yeah, I'm just now going under the assumption I'm going to bath any opportunity I get now.
It's a good attitude to have. No, with charisma stats, what can actually reduce it is disease or severe illness, adjustment of life, severe injury. Yeah.
Right, so all those L's are set with, I better start rolling.
What happened?
Could I quickly write a couple of letters? Basically, one to Lana, one to Lawmaster Jacob, saying, reply urgently, please.
Give me...
I know I said I was studying for my spell. I didn't realise quite how much shit was going to hit the fan.
If you do that, you will have to remove the 2 hours we previously agreed from your spell work.
Okay, you know what? The letter will get there tomorrow if I send it tomorrow. The letter will get there just as quickly if I send it tomorrow. I really want those 2 hours.
There we go.
I can just do the 2 minutes.
I'm working on this spell and it's still got so much time. And I can't work on it unless we're in a tavern.
Oh, that's why you wanted to stay in a tavern.
It needs to be a tavern because it needs to be somewhere where I can basically sit and work at a desk and have coffee and drinks and things.
Most taverns do have a writing room.
You are an actual ass.
No, I am not.
No, you're right. You're right. Sorry. Come on then. Let's get through this nonsense.
Just nip into the bathroom quickly.
No worries. I will have Narlock wake up early in the day, so that's going to be fucking funny because of what's about to happen.
Oh no, I've got horrible squelchy tummy feelings.
As you wake up, there's a knock at your door, and a knock at your door, and a knock at Zed's door, and a knock at Narlock's door, but there's no answer at Narlock's door. Narlock is asleep.
Who is it?
A voice comes outside. Knights of the Belmont family, ma'am. We just like to see you and your companions downstairs if possible.
Fenrir, Zed dresses in his armor and stay close. He says Tibbles and
So
he heads down the stairs.
yeah, actually that's fair because to remind you with the armor, it does take half an hour to doff or don it.
Yeah, I know.
Especially on your own, 'cause it's plate armor.
I answer the door, but I've literally just got a shirt and pants on at the moment.
You see the bucket helm of a member of the Belmont Knights look forward like, Oh, very sorry, sir.
Alright. How can I help you, sir?
Up close to one of these knights who is not actively attacking you, you can see how intimidating this armor is.
I'm just like,
Don't worry, no one's in trouble, sir. We just need to see your writs of transit, and the Knight Commander has a few questions for you.
okay, I'll just get changed really quickly.
Unadvised, really?
Hmm?
Well, you're in your underwear.
Yeah. Well, I like to be comfortable when I sleep.
Absolutely understandable. You should be comfortable when you sleep, but it's not recommended when seeing a commanding officer of the Knights of Bane.
Exactly. That's why I'd like to get changed, please.
I'm not stopping you. I'm not in your room, sir.
Thank you. I know, I'm literally right by the door. I'm right by the door, and I'm like, okay, just let me get changed. I'll be there.
I don't think I'm stopping you, sir.
Just go back into the room!
This goes on for like 10 minutes!
I'll go and get changed. Close the door.
Very good, sir.
That was the weirdest conversation I've had
I
this
heard,
morning.
I assume you come out. This guy's been here that fucking long!
I have dressed and I've just before I went out I said measly things might go really, really badly wrong, so please don't let me die, okay? Be a nice weasel for once.
And just kind of licks your ear.
Oh, I don't want to die. Okay, yeah, hi!
Everyone's got backup characters, right? Sorry!
Don't touch that arm!
I've got lots of backup characters there.
Sorry, had to.
Alice asked if we've got backup characters.
I'm so
What?
sorry! I am genuinely really upset.
I love the paranoia that question asks. I am joking, you're not in trouble. You're gonna this is gonna be fucking funny, and I wanted to drop this.
I'm so frightened.
As you come out, there is one of the Knights of Bane turning away from Roberto's door. Like, ma'am.
Sir, hi,
The Knight Commander is just outside waiting for you.
yes, Mr. Banehart. Benhart. Sorry, it's very early and I stayed up too late working on spells.
Understood. Yeah.
Run
You head
downstairs
down.
to find Zed.
Yeah, Zed is already downstairs because they called on him first. By the time you get down there, it's about 5 minutes later. Narlock, give me a throw.
Okay.
Just a d20.
As I get up, though, I'm gonna take. Once I've finished those papers, I have put them into the bag of holding before going to bed.
Cool. Absolutely fine.
That's just a 12.
You do wake up to a noise, but it's not the noise of knocking at your door. You hear the noise of scrambling feet going downstairs. And you can kind of hear voices somewhere, but it's like you're so bleary, it's like, what the fuck's going on?
The hell's all that about? I just get myself up, sort of half dressed, and look outside like, what? I'm trying to sleep in here. What's going on?
You can see about 20 members of the Knights of Bane. At the front there is one who's wearing a large blue cape symbol. His bucket helm is like under his arm. He has very short blonde hair, but pulled back just a little bit. And unlike a lot of the others, rather than wearing a long sword or a sword of some variety, he's carrying a warhammer.
I've doomed us all.
Behind him, there's, as I said, about 19, 20 more knights. All of which quite casual how they are. That said, it's still 20 people in full plate mail armor.
Zed just takes his seat at the table.
It's not a tale, basically, the knights waiting for you at the door.
I just sort of look back around and then look back again. Are you looking at anyone in particular, sirs?
No, you're in your room, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I came to the front door and saw them, and then looked back, and I just sort of like looking out the door.
Yeah.
So I've said that to them. Are you looking at?
No, it's like, are you with the young Belmont lady who I spoke with yesterday?
Oh yes, yeah. We've been traveling together, yeah.
And one of the knights whispers to him, it's like, oh, so sorry to have woken you up so early. If you wouldn't mind coming down, I wish to have a chat with all of you, with some of my men.
Not a problem. Yeah, I'll just finish getting changed.
Paladin, keep cool.
I am, I'm just making sure I got my combat spells prepped last night.
Super!
Oh, Cal, I'll just tell you what it was that I was doing.
Yeah. God, all the secret messages this session. Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I actually hadn't changed them out from last time, but it is mostly my combat ones.
Oh,
so.
good.
Oh, God! I'm so sorry. I am never going to do face character shit with this character ever again.
Calm down, the Jenny. Stop having a panic attack.
No.
Okay, I can't stop that. So,
I don't want us all to die.
We won't die.
as the door opens in front of the three of you, Benhart is waiting, smiling. Good morning. I said I'd see you again before you left.
Morning.
What was that?
It was the chair squeaking.
Fear farts.
It was your chair
I know it was.
squeaking,
I
so...
thought I was going to message it to you. Okay.
Yes, hello there.
Okay. I understand you have another fellow coming down from upstairs?
Yes,
Not a problem. We'll just step to one side so we're not blocking the door. And some of the knights go... You can actually now see that all of them, while they are armed with short swords, they are currently carrying halberds.
Well, this is certainly a hell of a reception for an early morning.
Oh, yes, just, well, you're in town, thought we'd take the opportunity. And finally, Noel, do you join them?
Yeah.
Now you're all here. Fantastic. I read from my dear, shall we say cousin?
It's probably the easiest, yes.
I know,
It's a
family lineage.
long and complicated with too many branches.
Just easier to say cousin at the end of the day. As I understand you're travelling with my cousin, you are travelling merchants, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Yes.
Could I have a look at everyone's routes of transit very quickly, please?
Certainly.
Traveling merchants and hunters.
Don't worry.
Just hand mine over.
Takes them all. Yes, it was all signed by Timothy. Everything appears on board. And I was quite hoping we might be able to see some of your wares. We've not had a decent, different merchant than usual in town for a while, and some of my men would quite like to spend their money. Isn't that right? It's like, yeah. Someone's like, I hope we've got wine. Oh man, I really hope they've got some furs.
Furs. I still have a couple of the ones I got from my mates that I sold off to get done up for his thing. I got the furs back from that, so I still have some deer furs.
We've also got a bottle of rum and a bottle of cheap mead in the in the bag of holding.
Yep, I have a bottle of wine too.
Guys, a few minutes out of RP to work out what the fuck you can offer.
Yes. Right, if we're darting back to the car, I will rip off literally every patch that refills off my bag, off my robe of useful items, and fling those in.
Right, I'm going to start making a list.
I've noticed I haven't got rid of my white violin yet.
Oh, shit.
So I am putting that up for sale.
Yeah, plonk it on there and just say, oh yes, rare piece.
Yep, rare piece for anyone who's interested in music or anybody that's a professional musician. I have this incredible white violin.
Ooh, all the
I
way.
have a couple of my animal traps I can throw in there. So yeah, I take out the 4 deer skins. I take out a couple portions of the meats that have been prepared, and I take out 2 of the bear traps, and I take out a bottle of wine that I have.
Okay.
Have you got the ones I... Oh, you...
Oh, and I take out 10 standard crossbow bolts as well.
Also from the bag of holding, a bottle of rum and a bottle of cheap mead and an incense burner.
Zed?
I've got some. I'm afraid I'm a travel merchant / hunter. I was hoping to come hunting the bears. My wares are slightly on the scarce side. However, I do have some incense from my work from some of my rituals. I also perform blessings and healing when necessary.
A few of the knights just kind of... Who do you worship, sir? Just as a query.
The White Wolf.
Wow, sounds fantastic. I've had this injury for the last few days, and they show you like a cut that's like across the side of their arm. It's like, if you would be so kind, we don't have any clerics in town at the moment.
Alright, I'll how many of them generally need healing before you go into this?
Only about 2 or 3. The rest of them are quite happy with just first aid healing, but a few of them, the injuries have started to either become gangrenous or have not healed as quickly as they would like.
Okay. Well, if it's just 2 or 3 of them, I can use my cure wounds to get rid of basic damage.
Absolutely, and because it's cure wounds specifically, this does knit the flesh back together.
I've just remembered some of the things I learnt alchemically. I've got 7 potions that slow infection from common diseases, and 6 that slow intoxication.
Mm-hmm.
So those can be up there
Absolutely,
as well.
yeah.
But these are by no way or shape or form as
No,
equitable
they're all
to...
in on this. They don't have a decent healer in town, so it's like, yes.
Honestly, the 6 ones, they're more for like slowing down how drunk you get, how quickly, and slowing poisons, and the other, it only slows infection, doesn't cure it, I'm afraid.
So after about 2-3 hours of trading,
My hands are actually shaking from
I know.
terror.
I remembered last session you said you were merchant, so I thought I'd use that. I was looking forward to see if I could work out how to make you guys shit yourself over that.
Nice.
Right.
You come away with about 250 gold pieces for everything, with the exception of the violin, who Benhart looks quite interested in. And he goes, you know what, my sister would rather enjoy that. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I'm not sure I have enough in terms of gold, but what about this? And he holds up a platinum bracelet. Ooh.
Wow.
I'm sure a trader like yourself would be able to get a decent price for it.
I lifted my monocle.
Oh, monocle.
The monocle is worth... Sorry, not the monocle.
No, he's using
the
it to...
platinum bracelet is worth about 1,500 gold.
It's just like, I kind of just to Roberto.
I think it's a fair deal.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure my sister will be very happy when she sees that.
And as a matter of fact, I do have a little bit of sheet music here in case she might be interested as well, just to get us started.
Oh, here you are then. Extra 10 gold.
Very good.
Okay. How are we dividing up the gold they just gave us? What was it?
It was 250 plus... So 260 plus a platinum bracelet.
Oh yeah, but
Which
he
is-
gets. Yeah.
Platinum bracelet, yeah. So 260 divided 4 ways, that's...
Oh, that's
That's,
5
hang on, I've got this. That's
Yeah.
no 240 divided by 4 is 60, and then that's an extra 2 gold. So that's we're each getting 62 gold, 5 silver.
It's 260 gold by the end of it.
160.
Yeah, that's why I divided that. So we're getting 62 because you then divide that into 4 lots of 2.5, which is where you get your extra 2 on top of your 60 each.
It'd be 65 gold each. There's no silver.
Oh, right, yep. Oh, God, yeah. Sorry, I took that.
We're doing 250, which was the original amount.
Yeah, you're right, you're right, yeah.
Now,
65, yeah, 65 each, my mistake.
please enjoy your stay in town, and if you're ever coming back this way again, we'd be more than happy to do more trade. It's nice getting merchants who are just passing through, quite frankly. It's nice to have a decent amount of trade.
Yeah, certainly. We heard there's actually the port town not far from here we're going to be heading to next. Maybe we'll see, can we get a spot of fishing done and see can we bring anything back from there.
Oh,
You know if there's any good catches that way?
So what was that?
You know if there's any good catches that way?
Oh yes, absolutely. Out of Handfestrum, you'll find plenty of larger lionfish. I believe some people have said they've been able to catch sharks that far south, which is very good eating on a shark, quite frankly. In terms of out towards Lostwolf, it's quite shallow, so some shallow water fishing. I believe some of the locals partake in spear fishing from time to time. But what they have a lot of is very nice shallow water shellfish. It's so difficult to get out here. Back in Vestult, it's rivers as far as you can see. The dredging the bottom of the rivers is a weekly pastime for most, and I can't think of a different word for it. Vestultian gumbo is some of the finest. You are all reminded of the meal that you had with Timothy, where it was probably best that you not question what the meat was.
Yeah.
Gumbo, a meal best made by scraping up stuff from the bottom of a pond and then boiling it. It tastes delicious, but don't ask what's in it.
It's like mystery meat at the schools.
It's not mystery, it's chicken lips.
Is the nasty paladin man not alright? The frighteningly nice paladin man going away now.
Yes, they are all leaving.
Is he convinced that we are merchants?
He is. I'm not going to make you roll for it. He bought so much stuff off you. They all did. They were so happy to be able to spend some of them. It's like fucking shore leave.
Saladin's just going to hyperventilate quietly in the cart.
Right. I've got to rub out some equipment.
Why don't the rest of you go distribute writs and other such things that people who are good at talking to people should do, and I think I will stay in the cart with the horses where the people who can't talk to people should live.
You can spend the day working on a spell.
Can I work on my spell?
You can work on a spell. Also, you had letters you wanted to send.
Yes, right. I'm going to write some letters and work on my spell and not talk to anyone because I can't cope.
I just relaxed back and went, oh, that was a bit of a flaw there.
Anymore?
So I've used up all of my level 1 spells for the day.
Don't have that. And
It was bad.
don't
You
have
can
that.
always upcast.
I can always what, sorry?
So you can cast a level 1 spell slot using a level 2 spell. The only downside is that in first edition there aren't benefits to doing that.
Yeah.
It's like as an emergency. So for a cleric it's fantastic. 'Cause it means you can cast Cure Light Wounds with a level 5 spell if need be. But then again, if you're casting your level 5 spell, what the fuck are you not casting Cure Severe Wounds for?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's just like I'm just like, oh, at least I didn't take too much. They did lighten the load considerably. I mean, even you've got your bag of holding that's full of weird and wonderful bits, isn't it? So you could have.
Well, that's just it. Most of the stuff in my bag of holding is our own personal stuff. I didn't want to sell any of that, but the stuff that I had on me was left over. I mean, those skins definitely proves that we're definitely hunters, and having the traps as well, and the wines we had. I mean, I don't think they questioned us.
I was going to say, the general party one now, it's mostly personalised it's personal bits and pieces or things we absolutely can't afford to give up.
Yeah.
I literally gave them the only leftover things that didn't have any intrinsic value to us.
I think on our next trip we need to take a day just to hunt.
Probably, yes.
I think you guys could always get rations in town.
We
Yeah.
need so we look like
So you actually
hunters.
look like hunters. Alright, sorry, I thought you meant you were running.
Keep up the facade.
Sorry, that's flashbacks to my own 1E days.
Yeah.
No, I always remember something I did when I played Kane Blackheart, where because he was chaotic neutral, he decided that the party needed more food, so he went and shot a cow in a field, butchered the meat, and then just dumped the money for the value of the meat he'd taken.
Technically speaking, not stealing.
Yeah, that's what he pointed out to them.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, never carried rations.
Okay. I'm going to head out and pick up and see some supplies, and I'll give some more parchment to Imran.
I'm going to be staying in my room, working on things and sending letters home.
So, if you're sending letters and working on your spell, you may have 6 hours off your spell.
Thank you.
Basically, just more calculations than anything else. Just again, you're currently working on the fundamental baseline.
Mm-hmm.
And you may take 2 hours writing letters. But when you attempt to use the amulet, no kobolds appear.
Try again then. Keep trying.
Every time you keep trying for a little bit, and then finally a note flutters into your room onto the table, and you hear scurrying above.
What?
We can't get in right now. Too many people in tin cans will deliver and collect when outside village walls.
Okay.
That's basically it. There are just too many there are too many knights here.
Okay.
That's why you've not had a letter from Lana and
To
Jacobs
everyone.
yet.
From anyone.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Kobolds are stopping your letters.
Paladins are stopping my letters.
Yeah.
Kobolds can't deliver. Too many people in tin cans.
404 kobold error. Right, what is Roboto doing with the day?
Not really sure. I've not really got anything in particular I really desperately want to do.
While these two are doing the things in the village, you could always be getting supplies that you might need.
I'll probably be helping with getting the supplies in, to be fair, and just
Okay.
seeing if is there anything else I need? Well,
Narlock, so what will you be doing?
Do you know what? I'm probably gonna go see can I get any more hunting supplies.
The general goods store, when you arrive, has selections of things that hunters may find useful. Have you guys ever seen Seven Brides, Seven Brothers?
I've heard of it, but not seen it.
Very good musical. Basically, there's a storeroom, there's a store shop, there's a supply shop in there that's very similar. They've got like barrels of tobacco and like things like that just around where you basically grab a ladle and it's like pick and mix of all sorts. But the place has bows, arrows, traps, snares, anything you might need.
Yeah, it's basically like an
shall
Iron
we
Man.
just go Morshu from the Zelda CDI. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend, so long as you have enough rupees.
Pretty much, actually, yeah.
Nice.
But no bombs.
Okay.
Yeah. So I go in and I ask him, oh, good morning, sir.
Oh, hello, young man.
I just sort of looked at the big beard that I'm wearing. I'm just thinking to myself, all right.
Yeah, but this guy's got an even longer beard.
I see.
This guy is literally like fucking Gandalf. But
The beard's so long it will follow him between his legs, so that's how he doesn't trip over it.
he's actually like tucked his beard into his belt.
That's Dumbledore.
But rather than looking wizardy, he looks like the kind of ranger who got so old he was able to retire from being a ranger.
That's it. I can still shoot a bow just as good as you youngins.
Just need to prop it up first.
I've come to get some supplies for hunting. We're going to be trying to collect some local wildlife around here to pass on our wares.
What are you thinking about hunting?
Well, we mostly hunt different kinds of deer, certain birds, but we're trying to find birds. We haven't managed to come across any birds yet, but we've heard there's some down south towards Brela.
Further south than Braille, you're going to be heading for the southern coastal forests on the way towards Hanfestrum. Well, I can get you a few bits and pieces that'll help you catch a few interesting little trinkets on the way.
Much obliged. How
So,
many?
over the course of the next, like, half an hour, he gets, like, really animated and makes you, like, the hunter-trapper's beginner's backpack. So, he physically has gone and gotten a backpack that has a bedroll, pulled the bedroll out, and replaced it with a leather wrap. And in the leather wrap, he's just put, like, 30 snares. And the snares range from small enough to catch a squirrel up to big enough to catch a badger.
Wow.
Into the backpack, he puts three actual bear traps, but like folded up.
Okay.
And then he puts like other traps, like drop net traps, drop box traps, pitfall trap, like how to make a pitfall trap very quickly. Dead drop traps. He's got about 3 or 4 of those. Just like fills the fucking thing up. You'll probably be needing something quick to deal with the thing there and then. You don't look like the kind to want to get in and snap a neck. Can I get you something a bit more interesting?
No, I take out my pickaxe, which is sharp on one end and dull on the other, flat, and just go. Normally, I just give him a bonk on the head.
Well, sounds like a good idea then. Alright, that'll do you 100 gold.
Alright. I hand over 100 gold.
But I'll send you a full list of all the different traps you've got in there before next session.
Okay. I've taken the list of all the ones you just mentioned, but if there's any more, I'll note them
There's
down.
going to be a few more. These are your typical, like, thing steps in thing trap triggers, style traps. It's not like the traps that you got from the gnome.
Yeah.
In Springwire trap. And Zed, what will you be doing with the day?
Okay. I head out to go and see Cynthia.
Knock off 20 gold pieces for me.
Okay.
You are able to get about 4 more weeks' rations for you and the animals.
Brilliant.
In terms of anything else, that's about it.
4 more weeks' rations.
Okay. Heading to the herbalists, you can see a small queue outside, and it's like, as they see you approach, someone says, "Yeah, you're not here to see the herbalist, are you?"
I am. Well, no, maybe the herbalist, and I have deals with the weaver.
Oh, head on in then. We're all here for checkups. It's like the herbalist is kind of doubling up as the town doctor, as many places like this would. Heading inside, you find the place is quite nice, for the most part. Just very well organised. A nice smell of incenses burning and perfumes ruminating. Tibbles, meanwhile, appears to struggle to an extent. There's too many smells going on.
You can wait outside if you want, boy.
He pads outside and just curls up and waits. The crowd appears somewhat uneasy with the fact of a dire wolf just going out and just like curling up.
Relax, he's fine, he's calm. Meanwhile, he kind of gets his cloak and kind of raises it over his head in anticipation for what may come.
As you get further inside, you see a couple of the herbalists who you do recognise. One of them is Cynthia's daughter, a young one by the name of Sophia.
So, Sophia, it's been a while.
Someone looks up and down. Oh, Mom will be happy to see you.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Do you need any weaving, or are you here for something else?
I might need some repairs. It's been a while. I haven't actually checked this cloak in a while. I wondered if it could just be quick, given a once over.
I'm sure Mom will be happy. Go on through. And she kind of lifts the table. It's that flap in the counter.
Yeah. So I kind of take off the cloak and still kind of holding up in front of me. Does she still, you know?
What do you think?
I kind of like, oh, and just, hello, Cynthia?
The door kind of creaks open, and you see this little wizened old woman hunched over, one eye squinting at you, thumbtack already positioned on one finger. She kind of rubs it like, "Oh, nice to see you again, Greenie."
Yeah, just like it's just. Oh. Yeah, it's been a while, Cynthia. How are you?
Good. Staying out of trouble, I hope. Don't want those tusks to burn.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
going
was
as stupid
wondering.
as possible.
Pardon?
I'm going as stupid as possible with this. You gave me a character to go with, I'm going with it.
Yeah, she's. So I kind of lower the cloak and it's like, it has been rough, but I'm glad that the town is finally rid of that person.
Oh, yes. Couldn't see the back of him sooner. Come on. What do you need old Cynthia to do?
I was wondering if we could just have a look at my cloak. It's been through the wars with me over these last few months.
She just kind of looks at it and just her other eye opens and says, "I knew you were rough, but oh my." The only thing I can offer with this is a new cloak. I mean, the thing is, you've had this now for like 18 months. This isn't your fur cloak, is it?
Yeah, it is the fur cloak.
Oh, it is the fur cloak. Okay.
Yeah.
The underlayer of it's probably looking a bit rough.
Yeah,
right?
I mean the outer layer's not great either. There's patches of fur that are missing.
Yeah.
Going bold.
And honestly, I really don't want someone to suggest skinning Tibbles.
I don't think anyone's going to at this point. That dog is as intrinsic to this party as everyone else.
Yeah.
Pickles is a member of this family.
Yeah.
I could relight it, but you're gonna need some more fur if you want it properly done. I could have it made up for you for handsome boy like you. I'll do it for 10 gold.
Always a charitable one. I give her 10 gold pieces and just slide an extra 10 there next to it.
She doesn't really pay much notice to all. She just assumes you put the right amount on, and you put double. It's like she'll find out later. But in terms of everything else, she's just like, she's already started on this project. It's like, do you want any nice little hangers? I know your folk like trophies, little bone charms, bit of a finger, maybe an ear.
So, no, thank you. But if I do, I'm able to bring a part of the wolf's head. If I manage to hunt a wolf in future that attacks me, well, say hunt it legally, I might come to get a hood.
Well, here's the thing with the wolf pelts. The
Yeah.
wolf pelts of the clerics, the paladins, and the rangers are from... They're mostly from wargs, not from wolves. Wargs being quite aggressive by comparison to actual wolves. And even then, if they were actual wolf pelts, they would be timber wolves, grey wolves, that kind of thing. The wolf that is like against the religion to hunt are white wolves. And especially winter wolves. Those are the absolute one that you do not hunt.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the wolf's cloak was a white wolf. Was white.
It's sort of a pale grey.
Okay, that makes sense.
As far as possible.
So if I'm able to find the fur, would you be able to make a hood?
Oh, definitely.
You always knew how to spoil me, Cynthia.
More. Absolutely, someone's got to treat you right. Can't be out there in the wild so much. Go uncivilized or brutish-like.
Each time it just feels like one of those arrows just goes.
Okay, is that about it?
I just say, yeah. How long would it be?
I'll have it ready by morning. You're staying that long at least, aren't you? You're used to.
We'll be leaving hopefully tomorrow morning, so I'll pick it up on the morrow.
Good. Can't wait.
Bless you, Cynthia. I'll see you later.
Just kind of gives you that kind of toothless grin that old ladies do.
Okay. I head out to the weavers and thank Sophia, and then I think she's having a good day.
She's having a day.
Yeah.
It was nice seeing you again, Zed. If you need anything, just come on by before you leave.
Will do. Do you need a hand here?
No. If you wouldn't mind helping out for the day, it'd be mighty fine help. We've got a lot of people we need to see, so having someone just collecting things off high shelves would be a massive help, if you wouldn't mind.
No worries. I believe I already have everything that I need for my travels. So if I can help.
And tell you what, we'll snuff out some of the candles so your pooch can come inside.
He'll appreciate. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. I kind of give him. I whistle.
Like, he kind of sneezes on his way in, but then like pads up and just kind of goes. Just in the corner that's near like this like very soft fire.
Looking like a fluffy beanbag.
Yeah.
I always just imagine Tibbles just being a big giant white husky.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Basically, they're about double the size.
Yeah, if he was sitting beside me, he'd be about this tall.
Pretty much. I mean, he's a white dire wolf at this point.
Yeah. So I'll give him some treats later. I'll give him some meat later.
So, if everyone's okay with that, we'll call that the day. The
Yeah.
morning after you collect your things, cloak is returned. The last few writs of transit are distributed to people you think might be able to make good use of them without the knights really seeing.
Oh yeah, that's what I'll do at the end. After I've helped out at the thing, I'll go to Isman and hand over more writs.
He's happy to see him and he's glad you're doing well.
Yeah. So that evening, I'll say I probably won't be able to see him the next morning, so I'll say my goodbyes then.
Okay.
17 more writs. If we've distributed them all, 17 more writs have gone out into this town.
So 47 writs total are floating around this town.
That's probably all the towns.
11 of the last place.
It's not a bad job of it.
Especially for what is clearly a nicer town.
What's umbrella? I've forgotten the name of the town now.
Kelna.
What's Kelna's population base minus soldiers?
Minus soldiers? Not massive. You've probably distributed enough for a little over half the town.
That would make sense. Okay. Right, so that evening, once we're all back in the tavern's like, we'll need to head out in the morning.
Yeah. I bought a big backpack of supplies to make it, well, keep up the facade.
Yep, I've supplied us with about 4 weeks' worth of rations and food. That includes the animals as well, so we'll all be stocked up for a little while.
I tried to get some letters out. The messengers can't get through here.
Right.
They said they left a note saying they'll take post and bring us anything as soon as we're out of this town, but they can't while we're here.
Okay.
Right. Must be very unsafe here then for them.
I want to get out of here. I know this is a nicer town, but this does...
It's going from aggressive and horrible to Stepford wives.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is though, if Henschel had been here, it would have been a completely different kettle of fish.
This place feels like a Duloc. Everything is nice, but only because it's been made that way.
Very, very plasticky.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
With that being done, you guys do need to settle up your bill, which...
We paid for 3 days, so...
You 3 paid for 2 days.
Oh, yes, sorry.
So, between that and food, could the party divvy up, say, 3 gold pieces? However you want to.
1 each.
I'll
That includes Zed.
Yeah. Because I may have paid for my room up front, but I didn't pay for the food, so...
Exactly. So between food, drink, basically you guys were on tab. None of you really abused... Actually, you did stay up. And so did Narlock. Could you make that 10 gold?
Altogether?
Yeah, total. So, yeah.
I'll throw in 5.
If we make it that me and Saladin put in 3, and then you 2 put in a gold each.
I was going to say, that seems absolutely fair, because I stayed up way later and kind of just stayed in all of one of the days working on stuff, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Leaving Kelna the following morning, you've got all your things, you get your cloak. As Zed, you are about to leave, Cynthia's daughter pulls you up very quickly and shows you that she's got 3 writs of transit for everyone in there. As you're all leaving the tavern keeper shows the 3 writs of transit that he's got for him, his wife, and his daughter. And there are a few more people who kind of spot you and kind of flash them to show that they have got them and they are planning on leaving.
Say one thing for the night before. Say with full moon approaching, I pray, was this what he desired? Was this what he wanted? Yes. Pardon?
Thank you for reminding me. I was actually going to do a thing with you on the last night you were in Kelna.
Yeah.
As you are praying, it is the night before the absolute full moon. The moon is at its absolute fullest in a month, which is the 10th day of every month.
Mm-hmm.
As you are praying, asking your questions to Fenrisulfur, the familiar voice, and in the reflection of the moon hitting the window, you see his face. Half slightly decast due to the moon not being completely full just yet, but power enough to commune with his cleric.
Then I vow. I hope what was accomplished was what you divined.
You are accomplishing much, but don't think that any of this is my will. Why are you doing this? Why are you helping these people? Answer.
They deserved to be helped.
What right do you have, Zed, to decide who gets to live and die? Answer.
The worthy are those who serve the cause to develop nature, to develop change. Only by working together do they change, not hinder it like the Paladins.
Idealistic. Nice, but hollow.
Fragile.
The right. Zed.
Right.
What gives you the power to decide?
I just said redemption.
Can I get a look on his face? You will know the answer when you find me. I hope you know then.
I hope so too.
It's almost like he's listening to something. You can hear a feminine voice in the far distance of Fenris's growls and snarls and anger.
Is that Salune giving him? Don't tease him, boy.
Don't be so mean.
I think he said the right things, just not in the right way. I know what he needs to say, and it's driving me nuts.
Does she know? She knows the answer.
I think I know the answer.
Confer with the players. I will allow it.
What gives him the right? Can
You're
I have?
alpha.
Do you want to work on the other two? I just think of an answer for that.
You're his alpha. The job of the alpha is to look after the pack.
Yeah.
And he did say confidence.
What gives you the right? You are his alpha. That's what gives you the right.
You're in charge. Well, you decide.
So you get redemption for my past is made me what I am. I wanted to give back. I wanted to protect. Is that not the job of an alpha?
As you raise your voice, whispering stops, and Fenris looks at you, and it's the first time you've ever seen him smile.
I get the feeling of sharp fangs and just. It's kind of scary.
He has a human face.
Yeah.
He does have wolf fangs looking back at you. Good. Make your decisions in this place. Do things as you see fit. Answer to no one. Be responsible for everything.
I said, I will. And I will find you.
Do. I look forward to it. Go to Lost Wolf, if you can. Speak with the priest there.
I bow. It will be done.
Advice.
Advice?
You may have dreams between now and the next full moon. Listen. It looks like he's got something buzzing around his head and is actually genuinely annoying him at this point.
I kind of. Do I still hear the whispering or something?
Yeah, you can. And it's like two female voices. Listen a little to the one who wears the least. Ignore the one who wears more.
Considering he wears practically nothing, that doesn't really surprise me.
Yeah.
Naked equal good.
Could you give me a religion check? Just as a final thing for this.
3. Why are you playing so bad tonight?
If you are in direct communion with your god, I want you to get this roll, so fuck it, advantage.
Wait, religion check, right?
Yeah.
It's 9.
I'm getting you new dice.
And, yeah.
The only thing you know off the top of your head is that there are other members of the Lunar Pantheon, and that Fenris Sulfur is the only male member. So that might have something to do with this.
Yeah. So I'm like, I will listen. Are they as intrusive as they are to you?
They will be less bothersome to you.
I acknowledge it, and I assume he fades.
Yeah, as a cloud goes overhead.
He's at this point. He's he's getting tired, and now he's being henpecked by 2 of the other pantheon.
Yeah. I love that Zed has a relationship with his god worse than most warlocks have with their patron.
Oh god, no, he is 100% devoted to Fenris.
Oh yeah, I just mean Fenris is kind of a dick.
Yeah, Fenris is, but you gotta love your god, haven't you?
Yeah.
Hey,
Fenris
The only one that would take you.
It reminds me very much of Nocturnal.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right. Let's get to the last bit because it is nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Dudley has work tomorrow. I did say I would give you a lift tomorrow if you want.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
No worries. You need to be at work at 9 o'clock, don't you?
Yeah.
Right. So, very quick speed run if that's alright.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Getting up in the morning, everyone gathers their things in the cart. Like before, you were escorted out of the town by Knights of Bane. Once you're outside the walls, you're about 2 hours down the road when a hole opens up to one side and 3 kobolds jump out. It's like, that place fucking sucks!
I'm gonna hug the kobolds, just I'm so glad to see one.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Sorry.
Readjust his hat.
Oh, they've got little uniforms on.
Yeah, they've actually got their uniforms now. It's like a little postman's hat and like a like fucking postman pat but without pants.
Oh, they're so cute.
Old mail. Ding.
There you go. There you go. And he gives you like 5 letters.
Oh, thank you.
Quick brief run through. I'll do a quick reply to a few of these.
Yeah, I may have replies, but what I'm going to do is edit. I had some letters written up. I'm going to edit those ready to reply to these. It occurred to me I can't reply to letters I've not had.
So the one from Lana says that she is on her way to Dell right now. Also, don't be so fucking stupid. No 2 Belmonts are exactly the same. We're not like it's not like talking about statues. Just walk around with blonde hair and blue eyes, and if anyone gives you trouble, kick him in the nuts is what she'd do.
Okay, well, good. Okay, right. Yeah, that'll work.
I'll have a proper read of that one before giving a reply to that one. You find out from the letter to Sargoria that she now has a job working in Ifandez's shop.
Oh!
And it's quite alright. She knew you were very busy, but she was able to get the job on her own back, actually just talking with Ifandez at one point.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, that's good. I'm glad about that.
There is a long-ass letter from Whiteband.
Okay.
That I will give you at a later date. Letter from Gring informing you that the 2 female goblins are doing very well at the moment.
Oh, good. The one that we sent home in the cage is...
Yeah, she actually still sleeps in the cage, apparently.
Okay.
But she comes out for meals.
Oh, God. Okay, at least we saved the rabies goblin.
Yeah, and from Lawmaster Jacobs, he is happy to accept anyone coming in. He will discuss with Lana about price for hiring a ship.
Is Crilly doing well?
There is not a letter from Crilly because no one asked for anything from Crilly.
I didn't write to Crilly.
There was a few other things.
I kind of wonder if that long letter from Whiteband is just one love poem. That's written terribly because he doesn't know how to write poetry.
He's learning.
Leave him alone. He only learned English the other day.
It's the number 3 =$=$=$=$=$=$=$. Long page just of equal signs, and then a little cross arrow. Oh.
Is it a cross? It's a letter 3, isn't it?
No, that's what you use for the end.
Have to change the
Oh, will you all stop saying he's going to send me dirty lettors?
I
I
shall respond, give the letter, scene, tick.
There is one other letter included, but not from anyone you sent a letter to.
Okay.
The letter is completely in green ink. The paper is of very fine quality. And it only has one sentence. Seek traveller in Drowhold from the traveller.
Seek traveller in Drowhold.
From the traveller.
Okay, right.
So seek traveller from the traveller.
Okay. Lana and Jacobs are agreeable. Sargoria got herself another job with Ifandez.
How long is the travel to Drowhold, do you think?
Sorry, my phone's died, so I can't look at the map at the minute.
It's on the direct road down from Kelna, but he's Zed's going to be on the lookout for his tribe, former tribe along the way.
That's fine. We can take it at a steady pace.
Sorry for all the teasing.
It's all right, you absolute bastard.
Yeah, how dare you? But very well played.
Letter from Gring saying
I am sorry about that bit with Fenris Sulfur, but you just weren't saying the right thing.
I'm saying the right thing most of the time, but when I need to say the right thing, I say the wrong thing, so thank you, Jenny, for the hint.
Jenny is the metagaming pigeon.
I wasn't metagaming there. That wasn't me, because I didn't know that was definitely the right thing, but I figured...
Oh no, metagaming just means you aren't there. Metagaming means out of the game.
Okay. Right. Letter from Gring saying the goblins are fine.
I'll do full letters for you.
Oh, thank you. And one from basically saying seek traveller in... Yeah.
In Drowhold, the Traveller.
Yeah. Can I ask, how long will it take to get to Drowhole? I saw on the map it's on the direct road from Kelna.
So from Kelna, it is 10 days.
10 days?
10 days.
Oh.